Chapter 139. After the middle-aged man with the command medallion left, Tianxiong Lai waved his hand and said, "Carefully search the area for any signs of his escape." After losing track of Jianchen, Tianxiong Lai's group could only rely on the traces left behind by Jianchen, increasing the difficulty of their search. In a dense forest in the outskirts of the magical beast mountain range, Jianchen's face was pale as he sat under a large tree. Using the tip of the light wind sword, he carefully removed the rocks that had pierced into his body. The bright red blood had already dyed his clothes red. When the tip of the light wind sword pierced into his flesh, a wave of unbearable pain surged through his body. Again and again, the pain assaulted Jianchen's nerves and brain. The pain caused Jianchen's forehead to be covered in a thin layer of sweat. When the last rock was removed from his body, Jianchen finally let out a soft groan. His entire body was powerless as he leaned against the tree trunk behind him, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Jianchen concentrated on listening for any movement in his surroundings. After confirming that it was safe, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Immediately, a layer of faint white light appeared and wrapped around Jianchen's body. Moreover, the white light continued to grow thicker and thicker. After a few breaths, it had formed a dazzling milky white light. Jianchen's entire body was submerged in this milky white light. From the outside, one could only faintly see a blurry figure. The milky white light lasted for half an hour before gradually dissipating. When the light disappeared, Jianchen's figure could be seen again. But at this moment, the paleness on his face had disappeared and returned to normal. The wounds on his body had also completely disappeared, and there wasn't even a single scar where he had been injured. Jianchen didn't wake up and continued to sit cross-legged on the ground to recover his Saint Force. He had been through so many battles, and then he had to flee with all his might. His Saint Force had been greatly depleted, and at this moment, the Saint Force in his body was almost completely depleted. In this magical beast mountain range, where magical beasts roamed about, and where Tianxiong Lai and the others could find him at any time, Jianchen could only maintain his peak condition in order to face the dangers that could occur at any time. Unknowingly, time quickly passed by and Jianchen had already been sitting cross-legged on the ground for 3 hours. During this time, his body didn't move at all and he didn't even open his eyes. It was as if he was an old monk who had completely lost his perception of the outside world. At this moment, behind Jianchen, a python about a foot thick slithered out of the tree and silently approached Jianchen. Its thick body slithered around the tree trunk and very quickly arrived in front of Jianchen. Its small head slowly extended towards Jianchen. When the python's head was less than 3 meters away from Jianchen, the cross-legged Jianchen suddenly opened his eyes. With a flash of cold light, the silver-white light wind sword appeared in his right hand and transformed into a blurry sword shadow that shot out with lightning speed. Pooh! The sharp tip of the light wind sword accurately pierced through the python's heart. The sword chi contained within the sword instantly crushed the python's heart. Jianchen didn't even look at the python as he put away the light wind sword and once again sat cross-legged under the tree and closed his eyes to continue his recovery. Although he looked like an old monk in meditation, Jianchen was always vigilant towards his surroundings. In the magical beast mountain range, where magical beasts could appear at any time, Jianchen didn't dare to forget himself and focus on recovering his Saint Force. As for the python, its body, which was about 40 to 50 feet long, could no longer cling to the tree trunk. Its entire body fell powerlessly to the ground, making a clumsy sound. It struggled slightly for a while and then stopped moving. After another 2 hours, Jianchen finally opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He took out a new set of clothes from his spatial belt and changed into them. Looking at the gray sky that was about to turn dark, he pondered for a moment before leaving the area. Jianchen carefully wandered around the area, looking for the people from the Tianxiong clan. At this time, he had already recovered from his injuries and his Saint Force had also been restored to its peak. Adding on the complicated terrain of the magical beast mountain range, Jianchen was confident that if he were to meet Tianxiong Lai again, he would be able to easily escape. At this moment, a few voices vaguely rang out from up ahead. Jianchen's interest was piqued when he heard the voices. He looked around before leaping up, silently landing on a large tree. He hid among the lush leaves. Not long after, a few people in white robes slowly walked over from the front. This really is a tough job. So many of us have to enter the mountain range of magical beasts to search for a single person. And we don't even have a portrait of this person. How are we supposed to find him? A young man dressed in a white robe grumbled. That's right. We don't even know what the person looks like. Even if we were to meet him, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to recognize him. The one speaking was a middle-aged man with a full chin beard. Hey, brothers, do you know why the family head wants us to find this person? A person asked doubtfully. It's said that the young master, Tianxiong Kong, was killed by this person. Tianxiong Kong is our family head's only son. Now that his only son is dead, how can the family head not be angry? Of course. This time, the family head is determined to catch this murderer. I heard that he has already sent 300 people into the magical beast mountain range. Moreover, among these 300 people, even the weakest has the strength of a great saint. As for saint masters, there are more than 30 of them. The family has already sent so many people into the magical beast mountain range. Do you think they will be able to catch this murderer? After all, the magical beast mountain range is extremely large. Perhaps that person has already escaped without a trace. That's not necessarily true. According to reliable sources, the murderer has already been heavily injured by our family head. In this area where magical beasts roam, he won't be able to escape far. The few people chatted leisurely as they slowly walked over. Looking at their leisurely appearance, it was as if they were taking a stroll. It was as if they didn't take their mission seriously. Just as the few of them arrived in front of a large tree, the branches and leaves above suddenly swayed, and a figure sprang out, holding a slender silver-white long sword, and stabbed straight at one of the people in the middle. Pooh! Just as they raised their heads, the long sword pierced straight through one of them's glabella from above. Chapter 140. At this time, the rest of the Tianxiong clan members also reacted and immediately took out their saint weapons to attack the attacker. The person wielding the long sword nimbly flipped in the air, dodging the attacks of several people, and gracefully landed on the ground. Following which, the long sword in his hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows, enveloping all of the people from the Tianxiong clan. When the sword images dissipated, the Tianxiong clan members fell to the ground one after another. On their necks there was a faint trace of blood. In the next moment, fresh red blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Jianchen sheathed his sword and calmly glanced at the members of the Tianxiong clan on the ground. In a low voice, he muttered, "You guys gave me some pretty good news. Over 30 saint masters and over 200 great saint. The Tianxiong clan's strength really isn't weak. They actually sent so many people to the magical beast mountain range to capture me. No wonder they are the #1 clan in Wake City." Pausing, Jianchen went silent for a moment. Then, a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. He whispered, "Since you won't let me go, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll play with you a bit." In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During these days, Jianchen had been moving around the area, specifically dealing with the Tianxiong clan members. Although Jianchen wasn't the type to take revenge for the smallest grievance, he wasn't the type to not retaliate. After being bullied to this extent by the Tianxiong clan, if Jianchen still didn't do something, then he wouldn't be called Jianchen. In the past few days, the number of Tianxiong clan members that had died at the hands of Jianchen had reached over 200. Among them were 10 saint masters and the rest were great saint. Such heavy losses were difficult for the Tianxiong clan to bear. It was as if their foundation had been damaged. Although Tianxiong Lai was well aware of this, he didn't take any measures to remedy the situation. Instead, he constantly sent people from his clan into the magical beast mountain range to search for traces of Jianchen. He seemed to have made up his mind to avenge his son, regardless of the price he had to pay. These days, the entire Wake City was in an uproar because of the matter with the Tianxiong clan. The Tianxiong clan had been the overlord of Wake City for over 10 years and their reputation was extremely resounding. Almost all of the mercenaries and merchants in Wake City knew of the Tianxiong clan's name. The death of the young master of the Tianxiong clan, Tianxiong Kong, and the fact that Tianxiong Lai had led a group of experts into the Devil Beast mountain range to hunt down the killer had caused a sensation in Wake City. This matter had become the topic of discussion among the mercenaries and merchants. At the same time, who was so bold as to dare kill the young master of the Tianxiong clan? This was also the hot topic of discussion. But regarding the mysterious killer, everyone knew that he was a very young man. Nothing else was known about him. As for the various clans in Wake City, they were constantly monitoring the situation of the Tianxiong clan. When they found out that the Tianxiong clan had lost a large number of people in the Devil Beast mountain range, they began to secretly make preparations to take over the Tianxiong clan's market share. The business that the Tianxiong clan controlled in Wake City was extremely large, and many other clans had long since become jealous of them. However, because of the Tianxiong clan's strength, they didn't dare to act rashly. But now that the Tianxiong clan had gone through some unforeseen events and was no longer as strong as before, how could the other clans let go of such a good opportunity? In the Devil Beast mountain range, a group of people sat together with frowns on their faces. There were a total of 20 people, and all of them were middle-aged men in their 40s. Patriarch, if this continues, the situation won't be good. That brat is extremely treacherous, and he clearly has a lot of experience in the forest, far surpassing us. Using the terrain advantage, he has already shaken us off several times. Furthermore, that brat is also extremely strong. When small groups encounter him, they are unable to resist at all, and they are all annihilated. He can even deal with several Saint Masters at the same time. Right now, we have already lost more than half of our people in the Devil Beast mountain range. If this continues, the number of people who will be able to leave this place alive can be counted on one hand. A middle-aged man frowned as he spoke, his voice carrying a trace of worry. That's right, Patriarch. That brat is truly too cunning. When we gather together, he uses sneak attacks and then retreat. He simply doesn't want to meet us head-on. When we scatter, he kills us one by one. Furthermore, he is as agile as a monkey in the forest. We simply can't catch up to him. What do we do now? Among our group, I'm afraid that only you, Patriarch, can pose a threat to that brat. Another middle-aged man spoke, his voice filled with helplessness. Patriarch, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. Why don't we retreat for now, and then we can think of a plan? The one who spoke was a skinny man. Patriarch, if we lose too many people in the Devil Beast mountain range, then it will be very detrimental to our development in Wake City. We can't continue like this. Tianxiong Lai tightly clenched his fists, his face filled with hesitation. It was clear that he was having an intense struggle in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, Tianxiong Lai finally gritted his teeth and unwillingly gave the order. Order everyone to retreat. Yes, Patriarch. Hearing the order to retreat, the 20 or so middle-aged men finally let out a happy smile. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. In the past few days of fighting with Jianchen, many of them had almost lost their lives. Fortunately, Tianxiong Lai had arrived in time to save them. Among them, there were already some who had developed feelings of fear towards Jianchen. Next, each of them took out a firecracker and lit the fuse with a torch. With an ear-piercing whistle, the firecracker flew high into the air before exploding with a deafening boom. It transformed into a large wave of bright red flames that quickly spread out in all directions. Somewhere in the mountain range of magical beasts, Several youths around the age of 30 were sitting around a bonfire, roasting a large piece of meat torn from a magical beast. I don't know when the young master's murderer will be caught. Our Tianxiong clan has lost quite a few people to him these past few days. I heard that there were more than 10 Saint Masters. Even a Saint Master can be easily killed, let alone us who only have the strength of a great saint. I really don't know when we became that person's target. I hope we don't meet him. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to return alive. Several youths sat in front of the fire and talked with each other. Their expressions were full of worry. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Hearing the sound, they all looked up at the same time. When they saw the blooming fireworks in the distance through the gaps in the dense foliage, their faces revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. "That's the signal for our clan to retreat." Immediately, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "We can finally leave this place. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Don't tell me you guys want to stay here and be killed by the murderer at any time. Yes. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to stay here a moment longer." Then, several people didn't have time to eat and immediately left. Not long after they left, a figure walked out of the forest not far away. That person was wearing animal skin, and his face was like a little cat. It was impossible to see what he looked like. Chapter 141. Following this, the Tianxiong clan gave up on their search for Jianchen and began to withdraw from the Devil Beast mountain range. Everyone was rushing towards the place where the fireworks were blooming. However, Jianchen didn't plan on letting the Tianxiong clan go. Although he couldn't do anything to Tianxiong Lai for the time being, he wouldn't let any of these great saints or saint masters off. Although he would occasionally encounter mercenaries in the Devil Beast mountain range, the Tianxiong clan's people were all dressed in white. Moreover, they all had the patriarch's insignia on their chests, so Jianchen wasn't worried about killing the wrong people. From time to time, sounds of fighting and screams could be heard from the Devil Beast mountain range. Many of the Tianxiong clan's people, who were retreating from the Devil Beast mountain range, had been ambushed by Jianchen. Jianchen relied on his rich experience of surviving in the Devil Beast mountain range for several months. In this complex terrain, he was like a ghost appearing and disappearing. His sneak attacks made it impossible for the Tianxiong clan to guard against. Although there were several times where Jianchen's shadow was discovered by experienced people, in the end, he still relied on his superior battle strength to kill them one by one. Even if Jianchen was surrounded by the experts of the Tianxiong clan, he would still be able to use his advantage to quickly escape. Then, with a few flashes, he would disappear into the forest, causing the group of people from the Tianxiong clan to feel extremely pained. There was simply no one who could catch up to him. Even Tianxiong Lai, who had the strength of an intermediate great saint master, couldn't do anything to Jianchen in this forest. After half a day, the Tianxiong clan's people finally gathered together. Looking at the group of less than 100 people, Tianxiong Lai's face was gloomy to the point of being frightening. From start to finish, he had mobilized a total of 500 people to enter the Devil Beast mountain range. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would lose over 400 people. For the Tianxiong clan, this was an extremely disastrous loss. A dense killing intent flashed in Tianxiong Lai's eyes. At this moment, the desire to kill Jianchen in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. Not only did Jianchen kill his only son, but he also brought such a disastrous loss to the Tianxiong clan. Now, Tianxiong Lai wanted nothing more than to eat Jianchen's flesh and drink Jianchen's blood. Looking at Tianxiong Lai's gloomy face, the surrounding Tianxiong clan's members all shrunk their necks and didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would say something that would make Tianxiong Lai's anger. At this moment, no one dared to offend him. "Let's go." Tianxiong Lai waved his hand. With a gloomy face, he led everyone away. He knew that after this incident, it would be difficult for the Tianxiong clan to maintain their position as the #1 clan in Wake City. The remaining members of the Tianxiong clan majestically shuttled through the dense forest. Along the way, the magical beasts didn't dare to rashly attack them. However, in this group of people, if they weren't dispirited, their faces were dispirited, and their morale was extremely low. Behind them, a figure wearing animal skin was closely following them. This figure was extremely nimble in the forest. When his body moved quickly, it didn't cause too much of a disturbance in the surrounding weeds. Although this figure was at most 50 meters away from the Tianxiong clan's group, when the Tianxiong clan's large group hurried through the forest, the sound of their bodies rubbing against the weeds was extremely loud. It completely covered up the small sound behind them, so no one discovered that someone was following them closely. The figure carefully and cautiously followed behind them. Using the surrounding weeds as cover, he quickly approached the Tianxiong clan's group. Very quickly, without anyone noticing, he arrived within 20 meters of the Tianxiong clan's group. At that moment, a cold gleaming longsword suddenly appeared in that person's hand. Immediately after, he no longer hid his track. His body turned into a blur as he quickly charged towards the people at the very back of the Tianxiong clan's group. The short 20 meters of distance was crossed in an instant. The longsword flashed with a threatening cold light as it pierced through the air towards the Tianxiong clan's group. With a few flashes of the sword, the longsword had already pierced through the throats of 5 people at an unbelievable speed. However, the figure didn't stop there. The slender silver longsword in his hand turned into an afterimage as he once again stabbed towards the Tianxiong clan's group. In a short moment, the longsword pierced through the throats of 3 more people. Everyone be careful, that person is coming again. After that person killed 8 people at lightning speed, he was finally noticed by someone. Immediately, a loud shout sounded from the crowd. Hearing this, the Tianxiong clan's group was shocked. They immediately took out their saint weapons and vigilantly looked around. Just as that person shouted, the person behind him immediately retracted his sword and retreated. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the dense weeds. "Stop, don't even think of escaping!" A loud shout suddenly sounded. Immediately after, Tianxiong Lai leaped into the air with his axe in hand and chased after the person who disappeared. Behind him, the 20 Saint Masters followed one after another. Seeing Tianxiong Lai chase after so many people, the rest of the Tianxiong clan's group let out a sigh of relief. Their tense expressions relaxed quite a bit. These past few days, they had been continuously harassed by that person. Furthermore, so many of their brothers who were on the same level as them had died, causing them to feel a bit of fear towards that person. They were all afraid that the person lying on the ground would be them. However, just as they let out a sigh of relief, the weeds beside them split open again. A silver longsword turned into a blur and stabbed towards them with lightning speed. Pooh! Pooh! Immediately, 2 people who were close to the sword were pierced through their throats and fell to the ground. The sudden movement alarmed many people. When they saw the situation in front of them, their faces changed greatly. They immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful, he's here." Just as this person's voice fell, a person wearing beast skin rushed out from the dense weeds. The long sword in his hand danced rapidly, forming a series of afterimages that attacked the people nearby. The Tianxiong clan's people also raised their saint weapons and attacked. They planned to use their advantage in numbers to delay the sneak attacker. At the same time, a group of people began to scatter in all directions, forming an encirclement to surround the attacker. The man in animal skin who was trapped in the middle did not show the slightest panic on his face. The long sword in his hand had been brandished into a blurry afterimage, constantly resisting the attacks from all directions. The speed of his sword was so fast that it made people speechless. Few of these people who only had the strength of a great saint could dodge his attack. Following a series of clanging sounds of weapons colliding, the man in animal skin used the long sword in his hand to attack. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a silver-white phantom. In a short moment, he stabbed out 5 times. Immediately, the 5 people nearby had their throats pierced by the long sword. After killing the 5 people, the person wearing the beast's skin didn't continue to fight. He charged out of the encirclement and entered the weeds. With a few flashes, he disappeared. The encirclement formed by the Tianxiong clan members hadn't been able to stop that person in the slightest. Not long after that person left, Tianxiong Lai, who was wrapped in a layer of yellow saint force, suddenly rushed back from the other side. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but other than a few corpses on the ground, he didn't see the person who had ambushed him. Chapter 142. He ran away from there. Someone immediately pointed in the direction of the man's escape and said. Hearing this, Tianxiong Lai's eyes turned cold as he looked in that direction. At this moment, the grass was still swaying slightly. It was obvious that the man had just left, but there was no trace of him. Tianxiong Lai retracted his gaze and slowly scanned the bodies of the people on the ground. His face was gloomy and terrifying. In such a short period of time, another 15 people had died. If this continued, by the time they left the magical beast mountain range, there would be less than 50 people left. Such a huge loss was not something the Tianxiong clan could bear. The 20 or so Saint Masters who had followed Tianxiong Lai also returned. They stood behind Tianxiong Lai without saying a word. When they saw the dozen or so people lying on the ground, their faces became unprecedentedly heavy. Continue forward. After a moment of silence, Tianxiong Lai issued another order. The experience of the past few days had made it clear in his heart that in this complex terrain of the magical beast mountain range, he was unable to deal with the youth who had killed his son, Tianxiong Kong. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would end up being completely annihilated. Now change the formation. Saint Masters will form groups of 5 and spread out in all directions. The rest of the great saints will gather in the center. Maintain this formation and continue forward. Tianxiong Lai said in a low voice. Being forced to such a state by a young man who was weaker than him, to him, this was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Soon after, the members of the Tianxiong clan followed Tianxiong Lai's instructions and changed their formation, continuing to move forward. However, after experiencing the surprise attack from before, everyone was on high alert. Their eyes constantly scanned the surroundings to prevent another attack from that person. Tianxiong Lai walked in the center of the group, the saint force in his body constantly circulating. As long as the young man appeared again, no matter where he appeared, he would be able to reach him in the shortest time possible. Tianxiong Lai's pair of cold eyes scanned the surroundings, even his ears were trembling slightly. He was constantly observing the surroundings for any movement. As long as you appear again, I will kill you no matter the cost. Tianxiong Lai's heart was filled with hatred. The group of people from the Tianxiong clan slowly advanced through the dense forest. Because they had to be careful of sneak attacks, the group didn't advance too quickly. They were afraid that they would cause too much of a commotion and cover up any small movements around them. Just as the Tianxiong clan's group was about to cross this area of dense weeds, a figure suddenly shot out from the nearby weeds. Following the flash of a sword, it instantly pierced through the throats and hearts of several people. Don't even think about escaping this time. Just as the silhouette pierced the throats of several people, an angry shout came from the middle of the crowd. Immediately after, Tianxiong Lai descended from the sky with a huge axe in his hand. The huge axe was filled with Saint Qi of the Earth attribute, and it was aimed at the silhouette. At the same time, a few Saint Master level experts in the surroundings also jumped over from the sky, each of them holding a saint weapon and chopping towards that person. That person did not come into contact with the crowd. He withdrew his sword and immediately disappeared into the weeds beside him. You all stay here, I'll go after him, Tianxiong Lai ordered. In a flash, he entered the weeds and chased in the direction that the person had escaped in. This patch of weeds was as tall as a person and it was very wide. The person wearing the beast skin was nimbly shuttling through the weeds. His speed was very fast, and he specifically chose the direction where the weeds were sparser. He tried his best to maintain a high speed in order to make as little noise as possible. His body was as light as a feather, without the slightest bit of weight. While he was running, his feet didn't touch the ground, and he was only using the roots of the weeds for support. This time you won't be able to escape. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Tian Xiong was in hot pursuit. He had already pushed his speed to the limit. His feet were already wrapped in a layer of yellow light, faintly connecting with the earth. His speed was actually not much slower than the person running in front of him. The person wearing the beast skin was constantly changing directions. Tian Xiong, who was behind him, could not clearly see the person's figure in the weeds. So every once in a while, he would jump high into the air to check his position so that he wouldn't lose him again. At this time, a gust of wind blew by, causing the weeds to sway and make a walla walla sound. Tian Xiong face slightly changed and he immediately jumped high into the air. He stopped in the air for a moment to observe his surroundings. His face suddenly sank because he had lost track of that person again. This damn wind didn't come earlier or later. Why did it have to come at this time? I actually let him escape again. Tian Xiong landed on the ground again and his face was full of resentment. He couldn't help but curse. Then, he didn't give up and jumped high into the air again, trying to find the person's trace. But at this time, the wind was still blowing, causing the weeds to sway. It was simply impossible to find the person's trace. I will definitely not let you go. If you are a man, then leave your name. Tian Xiong was furious. He roared towards the sky, the sound waves rolling, spreading far and wide. Not long after, a hearty laugh came from afar. Ha ha ha, I am Jianshin, Tian Xiong clan. In the future, I will definitely pay you a visit. Today, I will part ways. I hope the clan head won't miss me. Jianshin, good. Good. Good, I, Tian Xiong swear that no matter where you run to, I will find you. You cannot escape. Tian Xiong gnashed his teeth and roared. This time, however, there was no response. Tian Xiong could only helplessly return. He then led the group of people from the Tianxiong clan out of the magical beast mountain range. Very quickly, they left the lush weeds. Perhaps because they had lost the cover of the terrain, the Tianxiong clan didn't encounter any more sneak attacks. After returning to Wake City, Tian Xiong immediately posted a high bounty at the Mercenary Union. The bounty was 10,000 purple crystal coins for the capture of a person called Jianshin. At the same time, he also announced Jianshin's characteristics. This time, the entire Wake City was in an uproar. Since the establishment of Wake City, 10,000 purple crystal coins was the first time such a high bounty had been seen. Even in the Tianyuan continent, such a high bounty was extremely rare. The Mercenary Union directly raised the rank of this mission to a rank and treated it as a special mission. There were no restrictions on the level of mercenaries who could accept this mission. Furthermore, this mission was also issued to the surrounding kingdoms, including the Blue Wind Kingdom. At this moment, Jianshin still didn't know that he was once again wanted by the Mercenary Union. He was still washing his body in a river in the magical beast mountain range. Chapter 143. Suddenly, Jianshin, who was washing his body in the river, let out a soft sound of surprise as he stared blankly at his own body. After the layer of sweat accumulated on his body was cleaned, Jianshin was surprised to find that his skin had turned dark red, completely different from his normal skin color. What's going on? Why is my body so red? Jianshin was slightly startled and immediately frowned. However, as if he had thought of something, his expression relaxed and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. With a somewhat excited tone, he muttered to himself, "According to the records in the books, This kind of situation is a phenomenon where the silver-striped golden snake's poison resistance factor has completely fused with the blood in my body. I didn't think that this step would actually take a month. After that, the blood that has fused with the silver-striped golden snake's poison resistance factor will continuously transform my body. Every part of my body will have an extremely strong poison resistance ability. Only then will I be considered to have a complete 10,000 poisons impenetrable body. Once I complete the 10,000 poisons impenetrable body, the regenerated blood in my body will naturally have an extremely strong poison resistance factor. I won't have to worry about losing too much blood and losing the ability to resist poison. Jianshan carefully sensed his own body and found that other than the dark red color of his skin, he didn't feel anything different. Everything was the same as before. Jianshan jumped up from the river and landed firmly on the riverbank. He then picked up the simple clothes made of beast skin and put them on. Since he had decided to raise his strength to the Saint Master level before leaving the mountain range of magical beasts, he couldn't give up on this simple set of clothes. Due to the lack of time, he didn't have many new sets of clothes with him when he returned to Wake City. In the mountain range of magical beasts, he didn't want to waste the few sets of clothes he had in his spatial belt. This was because in this complex forest there were thorns everywhere. Adding on the fact that he would be injured in battle with magical beasts, the wear and tear of his clothes would be extremely fast. No matter how many sets of clothes he had, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. After that, Jianshan continued to go deeper into the magical beast mountain range. He arrived at the area where third-rank magical beasts roamed and stayed there for a few days. During these few days, Jianshan was the same as before. During the day, he wandered around looking for traces of magical beasts to kill. At night, he used the demon cores he harvested during the day to cultivate. However, because he didn't have any anti-mosquito medicine, Jianshan was tormented almost every night. He was harassed by countless poisonous mosquitoes and insects. Almost every day during the day, as long as there wasn't any cover on Jianshan's body, there would be a large patch of bruises. Fortunately, Jianshan now had the 10,000 poisons impenetrable body, so he didn't have to worry about being poisoned by the poisonous mosquitoes and insects. Moreover, because he could control the holy light force, those bruises that remained on his body would immediately dissipate as long as they were healed by the holy light force. After these few days of cultivation, Jianshan's strength had already reached the level of a high-level great saint. In addition, he fought with third-rank magical beasts every day, so his already exquisite swordsmanship was tempered once again. His swordsmanship was even more exquisite than before. Moreover, as his strength increased, the toughness of Jianshan's body was also slowly increasing. Although it was far from being invulnerable, it was undoubtedly a very good carrier for him to use his fast swordsmanship. After all, to be fast enough, the requirements for the body were also very high. If the body wasn't tough enough, just a punch with all his strength would probably cause his arm to ache and his blood flow to be impeded. If he kept punching quickly, even a healthy person wouldn't be able to last long before his arm would ache. However, Jianshan was able to maintain his lightning-fast swordsmanship for a long time. The biggest reason for this was because of the mysteries of the Azulite Sword Mantra that he cultivated. In particular, the first layer of the Azulite Sword Mantra, Body Refinement, not only did it strengthen every cell in Jianshan's body, but it also made his body softer and more resilient. This was the reason why Jianshan was able to unleash a strike so fast that even people more powerful than him would struggle to dodge it despite his weak strength. After reaching the level of a great saint, Jianshan had an even easier time killing third-rank magical beasts. The number of magical beasts that died at his hands almost reached 30 or 40 every day. Somewhere in the magical beast mountain range, Jianshan was engaged in an intense battle with a large third-rank magical beast. This magical beast was as large as a cow, and its entire body was covered with a layer of extremely strong defensive scales. Jianshan's body was like a ghost as he circled around the magical beast at an extremely fast speed. The silver-white light-wind sword turned into a white ray of light as it continuously attacked the magical beast's body. The magical beast's scales were extremely strong, and Jianshan's light-wind sword was unable to pierce through them. Adding on the fact that the magical beast's body was too large, even if the light-wind sword managed to pierce through its body, as long as it didn't injure any of its vitals, it wouldn't be able to heavily injure it. After fighting with the magical beast for a while, Jianshan finally found an opportunity. With a lightning-fast strike, he pierced through the scales around the magical beast's throat and plunged the sharp tip of his sword into its throat. But to Jianshan's surprise, the magical beast actually didn't die after its throat was pierced. After letting out a miserable roar, it once again charged at him with even more ferocity than before. This armored tortoise beast in front of me should be at the peak of the 3rd rank, and is about to step into the 4th rank. No wonder its vitality is so strong. It seems that if I want to quickly deal with it, I'll have to do it from the inside. Otherwise, unless I cut off its entire head, it would be very difficult to kill it. Jianshan thought to himself. Not only was the magical beast in front of him extremely strong, but its vitality was also extremely strong. Jianshan's light-wind sword pierced through its throat, but it didn't immediately die. Instead, it seemed to have angered the magical beast. While Jianshan was fighting with the armored tortoise beast, a group of people dressed as mercenaries suddenly appeared from the side. There were about 20 of them, and all of their faces were covered in dust. Apart from being able to roughly guess their ages, it was impossible to see their facial features. Among them, half of them were wearing animal skins and tree barks, while the other half were wearing tattered clothes that didn't cover their bodies. 1 or 2 of them even had bandages wrapped around their bodies, and from the blood stains on the bandages, it wasn't difficult to see that they were all injured. As soon as this group of people appeared, their eyes fell on Jianshan, who was fighting the armored tortoise beast. Then, a low cry of surprise suddenly sounded from the group of people. Chapter 144. Hearing this, the group of mercenaries were startled. Their sharp gazes swept over Jianshan's body as they carefully observed Jianshan. He has a medium build and looks to be in his 20s. His saint weapon is a thin, long and silvery white longsword. His attack speed is extremely fast, and his movements are very nimble. Captain, this person is very similar to the person the Tianxiong clan is looking for in the mercenary union. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance that he's that Jianshan. A mercenary wearing beast skins said to a middle-aged man beside him whose clothes were still in good condition. That's right, leader. I think that this person is definitely Jianshan. The Tianxiong clan paid 10,000 purple crystal coins to capture Jianshan. If we can capture him, then the 10,000 purple crystal coins will be ours. A skinny mercenary said. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately whispered, I think that this person called Jianshan won't be so easy to deal with. Didn't you see how he was able to fight a Class 3 magical beast by himself? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is still only one person. We have so many people. Why should we be afraid of him? If word of this gets out, then our Black Panther mercenary group won't have any face to stay in Wake City. A large man wearing beast skin with a scar on his face said in a low muffled voice. That's right. No matter how strong he is still only one person. Don't tell me that our Black Panther mercenary group can't deal with a 20-year-old brat? At this time, a middle-aged man with a calm expression said in a low voice, Enough, everyone stop arguing. Let's listen to the leader's opinion. As soon as he spoke, the arguing mercenaries all stopped talking. Their gazes converged on the middle-aged man standing at the front of the group, whose clothes were still in good condition. He was the leader of the Black Panther mercenary group. The leader of the Black Panther mercenary group was very tall. That burly body of his was at least 2.5 meters tall. The hair on his head was cut short, leaving only an inch of length. He had an ordinary face, so ordinary that it was hard to attract attention. That black warrior suit that tightly wrapped around his body was tight, and there were many small cracks on it that were cut by the thistles and thorns in the forest. The leader of the Black Panther mercenary group stared closely at Jianchen, who was fighting with the armored tortoise beast. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally made up his mind and said, "No matter how strong he is still only in his 20s. Could it be that he can defeat so many of us? Moreover, there is still a third-rank magical beast, the armored tortoise beast, dealing with him. For now, let the armored tortoise beast exhaust his saint force. When both sides are injured, we will go together and capture Jianchen and bring him to the Tianxiong clan for a reward of 10,000 purple crystal coins. Good job, leader. If this matter succeeds, then all of us will be rich from now on. 10,000 purple crystal coins, even if we divide it up, it will be enough for us to spend for a lifetime." Immediately, there was someone who said excitedly, "Once this matter succeeds, I will definitely go to Wind Moon City and book Miss Yunxiu so that she can properly serve me for a few days." A mercenary said with a lewd smile, "Haha, Jieli, you have been drooling over that brothel girl in Wind Moon City for a long time. Unfortunately, you don't have the money to enjoy her. Once this matter succeeds, even if you marry that girl named Yunxiu, it won't be a problem." A middle-aged man with a large beard on his chin said with a mischievous smile. Hearing this, the mercenary's face revealed a trace of a lustful smile. Immediately after, he looked at Jianchen as if he was looking at a mountain of gold. "Awo!" Right at this time, a miserable cry came from not far away. Jianchen, who was fiercely fighting with the shell tortoise, had once again pierced the light wind sword into the beast's throat. Following that, a strong sword chi shot out from the light wind sword and entered the tortoise's body through its throat. With a loud bang, the tortoise's internal organs were crushed into pieces. The tortoise's mouth continuously flowed with blood. Its cumbersome and huge body suddenly stiffened. After a slight pause, it fell to the ground with a bang sound, kicking up a cloud of dust. Go! Just as the shell tortoise fell, the Black Panther mercenary group, under the leadership of their leader, surrounded Jianchen. In the end, they completely surrounded Jianchen. Jianchen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he slowly pulled out the light wind sword from the tortoise's throat. As if nothing had happened, he walked towards the tortoise's stomach. Immediately after, the light wind sword flashed with a threatening sword chi as it fiercely pierced into the tortoise's stomach, opening up a foot-long wound. With a flick of the sword, a blood-stained hard object flew out and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Jianchen squatted down and used his hands to sprinkle some dirt on the object. After cleaning up the blood, a ping-pong ball-sized crystal was revealed. It was the shell tortoise's monster core. Seeing that Jianchen didn't even look at them as if they were invisible, the members of the Black Panther mercenary group all had gloomy expressions on their faces. The leader of the Black Panther mercenary group stared at Jianchen and said in a deep voice, "Jianchen, I didn't expect you to be so calm despite your young age. Even at this time, you still don't seem to be panicking." Jianchen calmly placed the shell tortoise's monster core into his spatial belt. At this time, he raised his head to look at the Black Panther mercenary group and said in a calm voice, "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Hearing this, the leader of the Black Panther mercenary group sneered and said, "We are members of the Black Panther mercenary group. As for how we know your name, haha, that's very simple. Right now, your name is known by everyone in Wake City." Jianchen slightly wrinkled his brows and said, "Tell me your purpose." "Our purpose is very simple. We just want to ask you to come with us." Just as Jianchen finished speaking, one of the mercenaries opened his mouth to speak. "That's right, we just want to ask you to come with us. As long as you are obedient, we, the Black Panther mercenary group, definitely won't make things difficult for you." A skinny mercenary laughed mischievously. Gentian's face revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "Then where do you want me to go with you? Where else can we go?" "Of course back to Wake City," a large man said in a low muffled voice. Hearing this, Jianchen faintly guessed that this matter most likely had something to do with the Tianxiong clan. "What if I don't go with you?" Jianchen's face was indifferent as he stared at the 20 mercenaries surrounding him. His tone was indifferent, and from his face, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear. Hearing this, the faces of the members of the Black Panther mercenary group slightly changed. The tall leader even directly took out his own saint weapon, a 3-meter-long spear. "If you don't go with us, then we will have to use force. Jianchen, I'm sure you don't want to suffer physical pain," the leader of the Black Panther mercenary group said in a low voice. Chapter 145. Jianchen, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to come with us willingly, or do you want us to use force? Once we start fighting, you'll definitely suffer. The leader of the Black Panther mercenaries coldly glared at Jianchen as he spoke. Jianchen lightly snorted as a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. "With your strength as a Saint Master, you don't have the qualifications to speak to me. Today, let's see if you'll capture me, or if I'll kill you all one by one." Finished speaking, a layer of hazy sword aura appeared from the light wind sword, enveloping the silver blade. Following that, Jianchen's body slightly swayed as he appeared in front of the weakest members of the Black Panther mercenaries. The light wind sword in his hand turned into a white blur as he stabbed out with lightning speed. "You're courting death. Brat, you're too arrogant." Just as Jianchen made his move, the members of the Black Panther mercenaries angrily cursed as they charged towards Jianchen. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" Just as the Black Panther mercenaries began to move, Jianchen's light wind sword pierced through 3 of their throats. Facing Jianchen's lightning-fast sword speed and Jianchen's sudden attack, the Black Panther mercenaries didn't even have time to react before their throats were pierced. Jianchen didn't hesitate as he immediately pulled out his light wind sword and began to fight with the Black Panther mercenaries around him. Although the Black Panther mercenaries had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, there were only 7 people who could attack Jianchen at the same time. The rest of the mercenaries were all on guard outside. On one hand, they were preventing Jianchen from escaping, and on the other hand, they could provide support at any time. Among the 7 members of the Black Panther mercenaries, including the captain, there were a total of 5 Saint Masters and 2 high-level Great Saints. The members of the Black Panther mercenaries weren't stupid. They knew that someone who dared to offend the Tianxiong clan definitely wasn't weak, so the 5 strongest Saint Masters in the group all attacked at the same time. Jianchen faced the attacks of 5 Saint Masters and 2 high-level Saints with ease. Back when he was still a mid-level Great Saint, he dared to face so many Saint Masters of the Tianxiong clan. Now that he was a high-level Great Saint, he was only a step away from becoming a Saint Master. Although it was only a small increase in strength, it was enough to increase Jianchen's strength by a lot. Now that he was a high-level Great Saint, facing the attacks of 5 Saint Masters was no longer as difficult as when he was in Wake City. The speed of Jianchen's sword was incomparably fast. The silver-white longsword in his hand had already turned into a silver-white barrier of light, unceasingly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. The light wind sword and the saint weapon in his opponent's hand clashed, creating a constant ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sound. Following the intense collision between the 2 saint weapons, the saint force contained within the saint weapon began to spread out, causing the ground to be filled with dust and smoke. Jianchen's sword speed became faster and faster. After blocking the saint weapons of the 5 Saint Masters, the light wind sword immediately turned into a silver light and pierced through the throats of the 2 Saint Masters. Kuer Lai. Cheng Buping. Seeing the deaths of the 2 Saint Masters, the Black Panther mercenaries who had a good relationship with the 2 Saint Masters all let out sorrowful cries. Immediately after, several people raised their saint weapons and charged towards Jianchen. Jianchen flashed out of the encirclement formed by the 5 Saint Masters and fiercely fought with the Saint Masters of the Black Panther mercenaries. Following a few flashes of sword light, a few more people had their throats pierced by Jianchen and their hearts were pierced. You dare to kill my Black Panther mercenaries, Jianchen, you're courting death. Seeing several people die in the blink of an eye, the leader of the Black Panther mercenaries flew into a rage. The long spear in his hand whistled through the air as it pierced towards Jianchen's back. As if he had a pair of eyes on the back of Jianchen's head, he suddenly turned around and thrust his sword forward. Ding! Following the sound of metal colliding, the light-wind sword and the spear collided in midair. The 2 weapons separated upon contact, but Jianchen's body did not retreat. In a flash, he had crossed the distance of 3 meters and arrived in front of the Black Panther mercenary group's leader. With a flash of silver light, the light-wind sword pierced through the Black Panther mercenary group's leader's throat. The sharp tip of the light-wind sword pierced through the back of his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. The leader of the Black Panther mercenaries' body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the thin and long sword that had pierced through his throat. Following that, he turned his eyes towards Jianchen and said with difficulty, How could I die by your hands? Leader Cargill. Seeing the leader of the Black Panther mercenaries' throat being pierced, the faces of all the mercenaries changed greatly. After being stunned for a moment, they all cried out in alarm. He killed Leader Cargill. Brothers, let's avenge our leader, avenge Leader Cargill. Everyone together, let's kill Jianchen. The members of the Black Panther mercenaries were all agitated as they shouted and charged towards Jianchen. You don't know the difference between life and death. Jianchen coldly snorted as he pulled out his light-wind sword. With a flash of his sword, he enveloped the people at the very front and pierced their throats in an instant. Following that, Jianchen's figure nimbly flashed through the crowd as he continuously stabbed out with his light-wind sword. One after another, people fell under his sword. Facing Jianchen's extremely fast sword, the great Saint mercenaries were unable to resist at all. Even the Saint Masters were unable to hold on for long. In a short period of time, the Black Panther mercenaries had lost more than 10 people under Jianchen's sword. Right now, there were only 2 Saint Masters and 4 great saints left. The 6 of them had already lost the courage to continue fighting. They looked at each other, knowing that if they continued to stay, only death awaited them. The only way to survive was to escape. Thinking of this, the 6 of them did not hesitate at all and immediately scattered in all directions. Jianchen coldly laughed as his eyes swept over the crowd. His eyes fell on a great saint mercenary, and his body flickered as he quickly chased after that person. As for the other 5 people who were running away, Jianchen did not pay any attention to them. How could this great saint mercenary escape from Jianchen's pursuit? In the blink of an eye, he was blocked by Jianchen. What do you want to do? Seeing Jianchen suddenly appear in front of him, the mercenary's face turned pale as he timidly took out his saint weapon and spoke with a trembling voice. The light-wind sword had already disappeared from Jianchen's hand. Jianchen slowly crossed his arms in front of his chest as he calmly stared at the mercenary who was much older than him. He lightly said, "Do you want to live?" "Yes," the mercenary replied without hesitation. But then, as if he had understood something, a trace of hope appeared on his face as he asked in disbelief, "Could it be that you're willing to let me go? Letting you go is no big deal. Killing you is meaningless to me. As long as you cooperate with me and tell me what I want to know, I'll let you go," Jianchen said. Hearing Jianchen's words, the mercenary's eyes revealed a trace of pleasant surprise as he said, "Okay, as long as you're willing to let me go, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. I won't dare to hide anything from you." Jianchen slightly nodded and said, "Let me ask you, what method did the Tianxiong clan use to deal with me? How did you recognize me? As soon as Jianxin's voice fell, the mercenary didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "The Tianxiong clan placed a bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins on your capture in the mercenary union. At the same time, they also revealed some of your characteristics. So when we saw you fight with the shelled tortoise, we immediately recognized you as the person who the Tianxiong clan placed a bounty on." Jianxin frowned slightly. The Tianxiong clan had placed a high bounty in the mercenary union, urging the mercenaries to capture him. This was beyond his expectations. After hesitating for a while, Jianxin's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sinister smile as he said, "I can let you go, but you have to do something for me." "What is it?" "As long as I, Clin, can do it, I will definitely do my best," the mercenary solemnly vowed. Perhaps it was to make Jianxin believe in him even more, but he said this with an abnormally firm tone. "After you return to Wake City, do your best to spread the news that I'm in the magical Beast Mountain range. I want everyone in Wake City to know that I'm here, understood?" Jianxin's gaze was tightly fixed on the mercenary. "Understood, I understand." Although he didn't know what Jianxin wanted to do, the mercenary still immediately agreed. He didn't dare open his mouth to ask, afraid that if he angered Jianxin, he would lose his life. Jianxin thought for a while before continuing, "Also, tell them that I'm already heavily injured, understood?" "Understood, understood. Don't worry, I'll definitely spread the word about your intentions," the mercenary hurriedly agreed. Jianxin nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "You can go." The mercenary acted as if he had been granted amnesty. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ran outside as fast as he could, as if he was afraid that Jianxin would suddenly change his mind and take his life. Chapter 146. Jianxin counted the monster cores he found from the Black Panther mercenaries. Among the 100 monster cores, more than half of them were rank 3 monster cores, while the rest were rank 2 monster cores. Just from the number of monster cores, it was clear that the Black Panther mercenaries had spent a long time collecting them. Unfortunately, because of their greed, many of them had lost their lives at the hands of Jianxin. And the monster cores they had collected after countless battles with magical beasts ended up in the hands of Jianxin. Their previous efforts were all for someone else. Jianxin was in a good mood as he stored the 100 monster cores into his spatial belt. Although he hunted at least 20 to 30 monster cores a day, these 100 monster cores were still not a small amount to him. It was enough to sustain his cultivation for several days. I really hope that mercenary can complete the mission I gave him. A reward of 10,000 purple coins is not a small amount. I'm sure that many mercenaries will be moved by it. Jianxin muttered to himself. Then, a smile of anticipation appeared on his face as he said, "I hope that they won't have too few monster cores. This will be another great harvest. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Since you guys couldn't resist the temptation and came to deal with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Towards the end of his sentence, a dense killing intent flashed through Jianxin's eyes. "These 2 days I have to quickly increase my strength. Otherwise, if I meet a group that is too strong, although I won't be captured, it will still be very difficult to deal with them. In addition, I have to be on guard against great Saint Masters. With my current strength, dealing with a high-level Saint Master is not a problem, but if I meet a great Saint Master, then it will be very troublesome. If I'm not careful, I might have to run for my life again." Although great Saint Master level experts are extremely rare in a third-grade city like Wake City, it's not like they don't exist. It's just that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. No one can guarantee that there won't be a great Saint Master level expert who won't be able to resist the temptation of 10,000 purple crystal coins and come to deal with me. It seems like I have to quickly raise my strength to the Saint Master level in the next few days. That way, even if I meet a great Saint Master level expert, I'll still have the strength to fight. Jianxin pondered. After making up his mind, he didn't continue to hunt magic beasts. Instead, he came to a nearby hill. He passed through a thicket of thorns and arrived in front of a cliff. The cliff was covered with tall weeds. Jianshan arrived in front of the mountain wall and gently pushed aside a patch of thick weeds, revealing a dark cave entrance. Jianshan had accidentally discovered this cave 2 days ago. Jianshan took out some materials from his spatial belt and made a simple torch. He lit it and walked into the cave. The cave was extremely narrow and could only fit one person at a time. The ground was uneven, and from the various marks on the walls, it was clear that this cave was man-made. After following the slightly curved path for around 30 meters, Jianshan finally arrived at the end of the cave. At the end of the cave was a huge space with a radius of 10 meters and a height of 3 meters. The ground was extremely flat, and on one side was a stone table and a stone chair that was 1 meter long. When he discovered this cave 2 days ago, Jianshan knew that someone had stayed in this cave for quite some time. However, from the thick layer of dust that had accumulated on the ground, it was clear that no one had been here for a long time. Jianshan inspected the cave. After confirming that it was safe, he inserted the torch into the wall and sat cross-legged in the center. He took out a few Class 2 monster cores and began to cultivate. Cultivating in this secluded cave was definitely much safer than outside. This allowed Jianshan to fully immerse himself in cultivating. These few days, Jianshan still had quite a bit of monster cores from the magical beasts he had hunted in the Magic Beast mountain range. In addition to the hundreds of monster cores he had just found from the Black Panther mercenary group, the amount of monster cores in Jianshan's possession was enough for him to cultivate for a month. Therefore, Jianshan didn't have to worry about the lack of monster cores for the time being. The energy within the monster cores was constantly being absorbed by Jianshan's body at a terrifying speed. The powerful energy gathered around Jianshan's body and gradually formed an extremely weak light. Because of the purple and green light in his dantian, Jianshan's absorption of energy from the monster cores was 100 times faster than normal. However, almost all of the energy was absorbed by the purple and green light in his dantian. Jianshan was only able to absorb a very small portion of the energy. Even so, Jianshan's cultivation speed was still much faster than normal. Within Jianshan's dantian, the dense saint force formed a vague shape of a sword. This sword was somewhat similar to Jianshan's light wind sword, but it was very blurry. Even the hilt could only be vaguely seen. As the energy within the monster cores continued to be absorbed by Jianshan, the saint force in his dantian formed a sword at an extremely slow speed. The energy contained within was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it would take me at least 10 days to half a month to reach the Saint Master level. No, this is too slow. Jianshan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The purple and green light in his dantian were absorbing too much energy, causing Jianshan to feel a little dissatisfied. Let's see if I can steal the energy from it. Suddenly, Jianshan's heart stirred. He immediately focused his mind and began to forcefully steal the energy that was being absorbed by the purple and green light in his dantian. However, the purple and green light in his dantian were absorbing energy at an extremely fast speed. Jianshan was only able to steal a small amount of energy even with all his strength. Even so, Jianshan was still satisfied. This was because this small amount of energy was enough to increase his cultivation speed by another 10 to 20%. If he could maintain this speed, then it would only take a few days for him to reach the Saint Master level. Within the cave, Jianshan sank into a state of cultivation. Outside of the magical beast mountain range, Wake City was once again bustling with activity because of a certain matter. A piece of news came from the mouth of a mercenary. Although no one knew if this piece of news was true or false, it caused many powerful mercenary groups and powers to go to war. The person that the Tianxiong clan had placed a bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins on had actually appeared in the magical beast mountain range. Moreover, he was alone and was heavily injured, causing his strength to sharply decline. This piece of news that couldn't be verified caused many mercenary groups to set out for the mountain range of magical beasts. They all had the mindset that it was better to believe it was true than not. After all, 10,000 purple crystal coins wasn't a small sum, and the target was a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. In the eyes of many, this was an extremely simple mission. The only problem was that it was extremely difficult to find the person. Now that the target mission had appeared, there were very few people who could resist the temptation of 10,000 purple crystal coins. Even though many of them knew that the target's strength wasn't weak, causing the powerful Tianxiong clan to suffer a huge loss, they still weren't afraid. In just a few days, the news of Jianshan being heavily injured in the magical beast mountain range had already spread to the nearby cities and towns. As a result, many mercenary groups and powers from other regions all rushed to Wake City, causing more and more mercenaries to gather in Wake City. Seeing that the situation had developed to such a stage, some of the Lone Rangers who were confident in their own abilities also entered the mountain range of magical beasts, hoping to try their luck and see what was going on. Many of them were hoping to fish in troubled waters. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In a cave within the mountain range of magical beasts, Jian Chen was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the energy from the monster cores to cultivate. The torches on the walls of the cave had long since been extinguished. The entire cave was pitch black, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. In these few days, Jianshan seemed to have completely immersed himself in the pleasure of cultivating. As the saint force in his body continued to increase, Jianshan could clearly feel that his strength was rapidly increasing. In these few days, Jianshan had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, not moving at all. Only when he was exchanging for monster cores did he move his arms and legs. When he took out the monster cores, he once again entered a state of cultivation. For several days, Jianshan did not eat or drink. Immersed in cultivation, it was as if he could not feel hunger or thirst. Chapter 147. At this moment, a powerful pulse of energy radiated from Jianshan's body. At this moment, the rate at which he absorbed the energy from the monster cores actually increased. As the energy from the monster cores surged out like wild horses, the dense energy gathered around Jianshan and formed a white mist visible to the naked eye. The white mist emitted a hazy light, which was extremely obvious in the pitch-black cave. It was like a lamp that illuminated Jianshan's body that was hidden in the darkness. At the same time, all the pores on Jianshan's body suddenly opened wide. They seemed to have turned into extremely hungry children, opening their large mouths and greedily absorbing the surrounding energy that had already formed a faint white mist. The frantic absorption of energy from his pores brought some pain to Jianshan's body. It felt like countless ants were biting him all over. The numb and itchy feeling spread to his heart, making him panic. Jianshan sat on the ground peacefully like an old monk in meditation. He was indifferent to the numb and itchy feeling all over his body, as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. Within his body, the dense and pure energy turned into ripples of energy that gathered in his dantian. In the end, it was absorbed by the saint weapon floating in his dantian. After the saint weapon absorbed the energy, not only did its color slowly change, even the model of the sword became clearer and clearer. The energy it contained was even more powerful than before. Moreover, as the energy was constantly absorbed by the saint weapon, the energy it contained was also constantly increasing. Right now, Jianshan had reached the crucial moment of breaking through to the saint master level. This scene continued for 4 hours before the monster core in Jianshan's hand ran out of energy once again. Afterwards, Jianshan immediately took out a few more Class 3 monster cores from his space belt and began cultivating again. Time silently passed. Very soon, half a day had passed. In the pitch-black cave, Jianshan still maintained his original appearance as he cultivated. The layer of white mist completely formed from dense energy around him had already become denser and denser. The faint light it emitted also seemed to have become a bit brighter. Right at this moment, a formless aura suddenly emitted from Jianshan's body and filled the entire cave. The aura continued to increase, and in the end, it actually gradually evolved into a gale. The gale whistled in the narrow cave, and the thick layer of dust on the ground was swept high into the air and blown in all directions. The faint white mist completely formed from surging energy around Jianshan's body suddenly churned violently. Then, it was sucked into Jianshan's body like a whale sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed by Jianshan. At this moment, the speed at which Jianshan absorbed energy was actually several times faster than before. His strength also successfully broke through to the Saint Master level from the Great Saint level at this moment. However, the moment Jianshan broke through, the two specks of light in his dantian actually did not continue to compete with Jianshan for energy. Jianshan finally opened his eyes slowly. The moment he opened his eyes, a weak light shot out from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. The light was weak, but it was extremely obvious in the pitch-black cave. Sensing the surging saint force within him that was several times more powerful than it had been a few days ago, an excited smile finally appeared on Jianshan's face. Afterward, a silver-white sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The entire sword gave off a weak silver-white glow, dispersing much of the darkness nearby. A sharp light flashed in Jianshan's eyes, and in the next moment, the silver-white light on the sword began to emit a strong sword chi. Immediately after, Jianshan stabbed out with the sword and a small sword chi escaped from the sword and shot towards the wall of the cave with lightning speed. In the pitch-black cave, there was a flash of silver-white light. The sword chi had already shot into the wall of the cave with lightning speed, disappearing without a sound. It only left behind an extremely small mark on the tough wall. Jianshan's body slightly swayed and like a ghost, he appeared in front of the cave wall and stabbed the light-wind sword towards the wall. Pooh! With a light sound, the wall of the cave seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the light-wind sword. The light-wind sword's 4-foot-long blade had completely penetrated the wall, leaving only the hilt outside. When the light-wind sword pierced the wall, Jianshan didn't feel the slightest bit of resistance. In front of the light-wind sword, the wall seemed even more fragile than tofu. Although Jianshan had been able to pierce the wall with the light-wind sword before, it definitely wasn't as easy as this. Slowly pulling out the light-wind sword, Jianshan's heart was filled with confidence. Even if he were to face Tianxiong Lai again, he wouldn't be able to win, but he would definitely be able to put up a fight. After becoming a Saint Master, Jianshan was no longer worried about being surrounded by a group of mercenaries. Even if there were great Saint Masters amongst them, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Sheathing the light-wind sword, Jianshan patted off the dust that had accumulated over the past few days. Afterwards, he lit a torch on the wall and left the cave without any reluctance. By the time Jianshan left the cave, 5 days had already passed. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and it was noon. Jianshan's eyes indifferently swept around the area. After finding a direction, he left the cave. I hope that the Black Panther mercenaries won't disappoint me. Now that he had become a Saint Master, there were very few people in this small wake city who could make him feel apprehensive. Now that he had become a Saint Master, there were very few people in this small wake city who could make him feel apprehensive. Jianshan leisurely strolled through the mountain range of magical beasts. This region was located on the outskirts of the mountain range of magical beasts, and the only things that could be found here were second or third rank magical beasts. If it was before, Jianshan would have to be a bit more careful, but now, as long as he didn't encounter something like the golden-striped silver snake, even a third-rank magical beast wouldn't be able to pose the slightest threat to him. At that moment, Jianshan's ears twitched and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. From the sound of it, he could tell that the person who was speaking was approaching him. However, because of the dense vegetation in front of him, Jianshan's line of sight was obstructed, so he couldn't see the other party. Harry, we've been searching here for a few days now. We've encountered quite a few devil beasts, but we haven't found a single person that looks like Jianchen. Do you think Jianchen is still here? Could it be that he got the news and ran away a long time ago? Fiji, stop complaining. The Devil Beast mountain range is so big, and the terrain is so complicated. I'm sure you know how difficult it is to find a single person. Moreover, I heard that Jianchen was heavily injured. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to get far. Who knows, he might be hiding somewhere to heal himself. That's right. I'm guessing that Jianchen is hiding somewhere to heal himself and doesn't dare to come out. That's right. There are so many people who entered the Devil Beast mountain range this time. If Jianchen wasn't hiding somewhere, he would have been discovered long ago. Even if he wasn't discovered, he would have been eaten by devil beasts a long time ago. That makes sense. Let's continue our search. Even if we can't find him, we can still kill a few devil beasts and obtain a few magic cores to train with. As they spoke, they pushed aside the plants in front of them, and Jianchen, who was standing in front of them, appeared in their line of sight. At this moment, Jianchen was still dressed in animal hide, and his face was covered in dirt, obscuring his facial features. Upon seeing Jianchen, the mercenaries were all slightly startled. At this moment, Jianchen finally saw their faces. There were 7 or 8 of them, all around 30 years of age. All of them were covered in dirt and grime, and their clothes were in tatters. Clearly, they had been in the Devil Beast mountain range for several days. At this moment, the person in front of them stepped forward and said to Jianchen, "My friend, from the looks of it, you must have been in the Devil Beast mountain range for quite some time." A strange smile appeared on Jianchen's face as he slowly said, "That's right, I have indeed been in the Devil Beast mountain range for quite some time." "Then, my friend, do you know of the recent events that have occurred in Wake City?" The mercenary stared intently at Jianchen as he asked again. Hearing this, Jianchen's face revealed a playful smile as he said, "I wonder if the events you speak of are related to a person called Jianchen?" "Yes, that's the matter. It seems that this friend most likely entered the Devil Beast mountain range because of this matter. Looking at your attire, you must have entered the Devil Beast mountain range before the rest of us. I wonder if this friend has any news regarding Jianchen?" The mercenary quickly asked. News regarding Jianchen? The smile on Jianchen's face was very strange as he slightly nodded and said, "You have asked the right person. That's right, I happen to know the whereabouts of Jianchen." "What? You know the whereabouts of Jianchen?" Hearing this, the group of mercenaries were shocked, and the mercenary who asked the question had an inexplicable surprise on his face. He had casually asked this question, and he didn't expect that the person in the beast's skin opposite him would give him a satisfactory answer. But he didn't expect that the truth would often be unexpected, and his casual question actually hit the nail on the head by a stroke of luck. "This friend, may I ask where Jianchen is right now?" Immediately, one of the mercenaries impatiently asked. It seemed that in their eyes, Jianchen was a mountain of treasures. They didn't even consider whether they had the strength to deal with him. A faint smile hung on Jianchen's face as he slowly said, "Far away on the horizon, but close at hand." Jianchen looked at the mercenaries with a playful expression. "A few great saints also want to capture me. It seems that the Tianxiong clan's bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins has gone to their heads." Jianchen secretly thought to himself. Chapter 148. The mercenaries' words caused the rest of the mercenaries to be startled. They all looked at Jianchen with faces full of shock and disbelief. None of them would have thought that after searching for so many people in the Devil Beast mountain range for so many days, Jianchen would actually be found by them. What was even more laughable was that they actually found Jianchen under such circumstances. The mercenaries were stunned for a moment before one of them bitterly smiled and said, "I say, brother, you don't need to joke with us like this. Moreover, this kind of joke shouldn't be made. If there really is an idiot who believes you, then they might actually capture you and take you to the Tianxiong clan for a reward." Hearing this mercenary's words, the rest of the mercenaries also came to a realization. They all had a bitter smile on their faces. Just now, they were really shocked by Jianshan's words. This friend, the name Jianshan, is very important right now. In the future, it would be best if you don't make this kind of joke. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will bring you a lot of trouble. Another mercenary said. None of them actually believed that the person in front of them was the person they were looking for, Jianshan. Jianshan bitterly smiled and said, "Then how can you believe that I am Jianshan? According to what I know, Jianshan's saint weapon is an extremely small sword, and he isn't very old either, only around 20 years of age. Moreover, his speed is extremely fast, especially when it comes to thrusting. It's so fast that even a few Saint Masters find it difficult to dodge. I heard that quite a few Saint Masters have died to his hands because they couldn't dodge his sword," said a mercenary. The silver-white light-wind sword appeared in Jianshan's hand. Jianshan held the light-wind sword and said with a faint smile, "Then take a look and see if this is the sword that Jianshan uses." Hearing this, the mercenaries all looked at the light-wind sword in Jianshan's hand and carefully examined it. Look, this sword looks a bit like the one described. Yes, it really does look like it. It's practically the same. Immediately, two of the mercenaries couldn't help but open their mouth. Hearing their words, the rest of the mercenaries also became serious. Their gazes towards Jianshan had already undergone a subtle change. "You really are Jianshan." One of the mercenaries stared at Jianshan's face that was covered in dust and asked in a deep voice. At this point, the mercenaries with a bit of brains had already realized that the person in front of them was the person that they were looking for. Jianshan smiled and said, "That's right, I am Jianshan, the Jianshan. Now that I'm here, shouldn't we capture me and bring me back to the Tianxiong clan to receive the reward? Hearing this, the merry faces of the mercenaries suddenly became serious. Looking at each other, one of them immediately shouted, "Brothers, surround him!" As soon as his voice fell, the person who spoke took the lead and rushed towards Jianshan. The rest of the mercenaries hesitated for a moment before rushing forward and forming a circle around Jianshan. Jianshan sheathed his light-wind sword and crossed his arms in front of his chest. With an indifferent expression, he looked at the mercenaries surrounding him and said with disdain, "It seems that quite a few of you have been blinded by the reward of 10,000 purple coins. I never thought that a few great saints would want to capture me alive. Haven't you heard that many Saint Masters have died by my hands? Do you really think that you are stronger than a Saint Master?" Hearing Jianshan's words, the mercenaries hesitated for a moment before one of them shouted, "Jianshan, don't force yourself. Who doesn't know that you are heavily injured and your strength is much weaker than before? If you know what's good for you, you should obediently come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When that time comes, don't say that we are bullying you because we outnumber you." Jianshan helplessly shook his head and muttered, "It seems that all of you have been blinded by money. You don't even care about your own lives. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste my time with you." With that, Jianshan did not waste any more words. Suddenly, his body swayed slightly, and he appeared in front of a mercenary in an instant. He clenched his right hand into a fist and struck out with lightning speed, landing a heavy blow on the mercenary's nose. "Ah!" The mercenary immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was filled with pain as he held his nose. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Very quickly, his entire face was dyed red. Jianshan's punch had already broken the mercenary's nose. After punching the mercenary's nose, Jianshan didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately kicked the mercenary's stomach and sent him flying 5 meters away. Afterwards, Jianshan's body flickered and appeared in front of another mercenary. Powerful saint force gathered in his leg as he kicked the mercenary's chest without any fancy moves. Bang! With a muffled sound, the mercenary was sent flying by Jianshan's kick before he could even react. Blood uncontrollably spurted out of his mouth as he flew through the air. Jianchen, you despicable person, actually used a sneak attack. Everyone attack together and take him down. Only when Jianchen injured two of them did the other mercenaries react. They immediately raised their saint weapons and slashed at Jianchen. Jianchen's body nimbly dodged their attacks. His figure flashed as he approached the other party. His fists and legs combined as he ruthlessly struck the mercenaries' bodies. Muffled pung 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 sounds continuously rang out. Now that he had reached the Saint Master realm, Jianchen could easily deal with these mercenaries who were only great saints even without using his sword. Every swordsman viewed their sword as incomparably important. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was their second life. Jianchen was naturally no exception. The mercenaries in front of him weren't worthy of Jianchen's appearance. If he had to use his sword against such a powerful person, it would undoubtedly be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Although Jianchen was currently using his fists and legs, these mercenaries were still unable to resist. In just a few breaths of time, they were all beaten to the ground by Jianchen. Every one of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face. Jianchen clapped his hands. His gaze swept past the mercenaries who were lying on the ground and wailing in pain. He smiled faintly and said, "Now, do you still want to capture me and take me for the bounty?" Chapter 149. Jianchen frowned when he saw the mercenary kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. He looked down on people like this from the bottom of his heart. "Fei Lan, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. You've thrown away all of our faces. At worst, we'll just die. What's there to be afraid of?" One of the mercenaries immediately scolded when he saw the mercenary kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. "Fei Lan, you coward. I don't usually have a brother like you." When the mercenary called Fei Lan knelt down, his other companions looked at him differently. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Jianchen's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the other mercenaries. His eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Jianchen looked down on people who were coward. "Do you guys have anything else to say?" Jianchen didn't even look at the mercenary kneeling and kowtowing as he spoke to the others. Hearing this, the mercenaries looked at each other. At this moment, a trace of sadness and regret appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they also understood that their fate was very likely to be staying here forever. They wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. "If you want to kill us, then do as you please. There's nothing to say." A mercenary with a more stubborn temper said hatefully. Jianchen only used his fists and legs to defeat them in a short span of a few breaths. The strength he displayed had already made the mercenaries give up on the idea of running away. Everyone knew that the chances of escaping alive were close to zero. "Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all the monster cores above Class 2 on you, and then you can leave. Otherwise, only death awaits you. You can decide for yourself what you want to do." Jianchen's voice was extremely gentle. Hearing this, the mercenaries didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Then, they all obediently took out all the magic cores above rank 2 from their spatial belts and placed them on the ground one by one. Although they were very reluctant, they weren't stupid and knew what to do at this time. Jianchen glanced at the less than 10 magic cores in front of the mercenaries and said, "Hand over the magic cores." Immediately, a mercenary picked up the magic cores on the ground and obediently handed them to Jianchen. Reaching out to take the magic cores that the mercenary handed over, Jianchen waved his hand and said, Go, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys go for now. If there's a next time, I won't be so kind." The mercenaries didn't dare to stay in the slightest and immediately fled with their tails between their legs. Seeing the mercenaries disappear into the forest, Jianchen smiled and put away the magic cores into his spatial belt. Kneading his fists, he murmured, "I don't know how many years it's been since I used my fists and legs to beat someone. Although I'm a little rusty, it feels pretty good." Rank 2 magic beasts shouldn't be easy to kill for those mercenaries. Not only were they taught a lesson by me, I even took away the few rank 2 magic cores they had. They probably won't let this matter go so easily. I reckon that many people will soon know that I, Jianchen, have appeared in this area. I wonder how many people will be blinded by the 10,000 purple crystal coins. I hope the people who come aren't too weak. Otherwise, this little plan of mine will soon be ruined. I must take advantage of this good opportunity to reap a large harvest. In any case, those people are all here to capture me, so they are all enemies. Against enemies, there's no need for me to hold back. Moreover, the law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world. Jianchen's face gradually revealed a trace of expectation. Due to the fact that the amount of magic cores he used on his path of cultivation was 10 times or even 100 times that of others, he had no choice but to think of ways to obtain more magic cores. Because of the 2 spots of light in his dantian, one purple and one green, Jianchen had no choice but to give up on absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. He could only rely on magic cores to increase his strength. Not long after the mercenaries that had been released by Jianchen left, they immediately spread the news of Jianchen's location. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Jianchen's location quickly spread throughout the entire mountain range of magical beasts. Immediately, those mercenaries who had received the news and were still blindly searching everywhere, as well as various powers, all rushed to the place where Jianchen had appeared. At this moment, Jianchen was still at his original location and had not left. He was hiding in a large tree that was more than 30 meters tall. The dense foliage had completely covered his tracks, but through the gaps between the branches and leaves, he could faintly see the situation below. Not long after, a group of approximately 40 people slowly passed by the tree that Jianchen was hiding in. This group of people wore steel helmets and armor, and every one of them was armed to the teeth. As the group moved, there was not the slightest bit of disorder in their formation. From the looks of it, they were a group of well-trained soldiers. When Jianchen saw the group of mercenaries below through the gaps between the leaves, the name of a mercenary group quickly surfaced in his mind. Immediately, his face became somewhat gloomy, and an intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Following the sound of leaves rustling, Jianchen had already jumped down from the large tree that he was hiding in. "Who's there? Careful, there's someone on the tree." Just as Jianchen made the sound, someone from the group of armored mercenaries below immediately shouted loudly. Immediately, all of them took out their holy weapons and vigilantly stared upwards. Jianchen's feet pushed against the tree trunk, and his body glided through the air for nearly 20 meters. Finally, like a feather, he landed on the ground, just in time to block the group of mercenaries. "Who are you?" The armored mercenary at the front stared sharply at Jianchen as he sternly shouted. Jianchen's face was somewhat gloomy as he swept his gaze across the group of mercenaries. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any familiar faces. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "You are the Zhou mercenary group." Jianchen's voice was somewhat gloomy. "That's right, we are the Zhou mercenary group. Who are you, and why are you blocking our way?" The mercenary at the front said arrogantly. The Zhou mercenary group's strength was not weak. Even in Wake City, they were ranked in the top 5. Adding on the fact that they belonged to the Zhou clan of Wake City, it was enough to make the members of the Zhou mercenary group feel proud. After confirming the identity of the other party, a strong killing intent surged out from Jianchen's body. Immediately after, Jianchen did not waste any more words. The silver-white light wind sword appeared in his hand, and in a flash, he charged towards the Zhou mercenary group. Chapter 150. In a flash, Jianchen appeared in front of the Zhou mercenary group. Without any fancy movements, the light wind sword in his hand pierced towards the person at the front of the group. The tip of the light wind sword was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it was already in front of the person's throat. Feeling the incomparable speed of the sword, the leader's face suddenly changed. At this time, it was already too late for him to take out his saint weapon to block. In a panic, he twisted his body to the side and narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated, pulling away from Jianchen. Even though his attack had failed, Jianchen's expression didn't change in the slightest. Holding the light wind sword in his hand, he charged towards the rest of the Zhou mercenary group. With a flash of the sword, 4 of the great saint-level mercenaries had their throats pierced. Even though their armor wasn't weak, in front of Jianchen's light wind sword, it was as weak as tofu. Although it took a long time to describe, everything happened in an instant. At this time, many of the Zhou mercenary group's members hadn't even reacted. From the moment Jianchen started to kill the 4 mercenaries, not even a breath's worth of time had passed. Stop! At this time, the mercenary who had escaped from Jianchen's sword shouted. From Jianchen's lightning-fast sword, he could tell that Jianchen's strength was not to be underestimated. At this time, even with the Zhou mercenary group's strength, they didn't want to make an enemy out of him for no reason. Jianchen turned a deaf ear to the man's shout. In his heart, he had already given the order to kill the Zhou mercenary group's members. The light wind sword was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Zhou mercenary group's members. The great saints of the Zhou mercenary group were completely powerless in front of Jianchen. Many of them couldn't even catch a glimpse of the sword before their throats were pierced. Even the Saint Masters were only able to block a few of Jianchen's moves before their lives were taken by the light wind sword. With Jianchen's strength having reached the Saint Master level, it was much easier for him to deal with these Saint Masters. These Saint Masters were basically unable to harm Jianchen. They couldn't even touch the corner of Jianchen's clothes. Jianchen's figure constantly flashed in and out of the Zhou mercenary group's group. It was as if he had countless eyes all over his body, constantly paying attention to his surroundings. As for the attacks coming from all directions, he was always able to dodge them. As a result, even though Jianchen was surrounded by enemies from all sides, there was almost no one who could truly harm him. Jianchen's attacks were incomparably sharp. The speed at which he killed people was simply unimaginable. While facing the encirclement of more than 40 people, Jianchen was able to kill more than 20 people in just a few breaths of time. Among them, there were even a few Saint Masters. Seeing that Jianchen had effortlessly killed more than 20 people, the leader of the mercenaries felt his heart turn cold. His face, which was hidden behind his helmet, had also become somewhat pale. At the same time, he was very puzzled. He did not know when he had offended such a powerful person in front of him. He had actually attacked the people of the Zhou mercenary group without even saying a single word. Moreover, he did not show any mercy. The leader's originally feverish head instantly calmed down. He quickly thought about it, then hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind. He turned around and fled. He also knew clearly that with the strength Jianchen had displayed, even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to change the situation. In the end, he would only die. Rather than that, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, before he could run 20 meters, a figure shot at him from behind at an extremely fast speed. The person was extremely fast and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. A gleaming silver-white longsword left a thin ray of light in the air and stabbed straight at the back of his neck. The leader of the Zhou mercenary group also had the strength of a high-level Saint Master. Sensing the sword chi coming from behind him, he didn't even look at it. Instead, he did a lazy donkey roll to dodge the attack. He then pushed off the ground with both hands and jumped up. At the same time, a long spear appeared between his hands. A powerful Saint Chi surged from the spear and immediately pierced towards Jianchen. Jianchen's movements didn't slow down at all. His body slightly swayed as he dodged the long sword. Once again, he arrived in front of the leader. With a wave of his hand, the silver-white light-wind sword turned into a sky full of sword images that surrounded the mercenary. There were tens of thousands of sword images that overlapped with each other. It was a dazzling sight to behold. It was simply impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. When faced with the sky covering sword shadows, this high-level sacred expert leader didn't know how to defend himself at all. During that moment of hesitation, a silver-white sword tip emerged from the sky covering sword shadows, stabbing into his throat. Pung! Jianchen once again kicked the leader's chest, sending him flying far away. Holding the light wind sword in his hand, he once again turned around to kill the remaining members of the Zhou mercenary group. Towards the members of the Zhou mercenary group, Jianchen wouldn't let a single one of them go. Captain Qing Yunlong is dead. Captain Qing Yunlong is dead. Captain Qing Yunlong is dead. Everyone run. The death of the leader immediately caused the members of the Zhou mercenary group to panic. One by one, they lost their will to fight. Facing Jianchen, who was like the incarnation of the death god, the members of the Zhou mercenary group all lost the courage to continue fighting. One by one, they threw away their armor and scattered in all directions. After Jianchen had killed a few people, the remaining members of the Zhou mercenary group had already used all of their strength to escape in all directions. Although Jianchen's speed wasn't slow, if he wanted to stop them all, it would be an extremely difficult matter. The members of the Zhou mercenary group, none of you will be able to escape. Jianchen's eyes flashed with an intense killing intent. In the next moment, the light wind sword suddenly emitted a powerful and sharp sword chi. Following that, the light wind sword left Jianchen's hand and actually flew out by itself. It turned into a silver-white light and with an unparalleled speed, it chased after the fleeing members of the Zhou mercenary group. At this moment, Jianchen didn't hesitate to use the divine sword technique in order to exterminate the remaining members of the Zhou mercenary group. Chapter 151. The light wind sword seemed to have transformed into an immortal sword. After circling in the air once, it flew back into Jianchen's hands. Jianchen reached out to receive the light wind sword. At this moment, the light wind sword's body was covered with blood. But even so, it still couldn't hide its sharpness. When the light wind sword returned to Jianchen's hands, the blood on the sword seemed to have been given a life of its own. Finally, the blood gathered at the tip of the sword and dripped onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the light wind sword that was originally covered in blood once again regained its former glory. The sword's body was as smooth as a mirror, and it emitted a hazy silver glow. In the midst of the green forest, the sword emitted a dazzling light. Jianchen's eyes swept over the corpses on the ground. He then walked over to one of the corpses and flicked his light wind sword at the Zhou mercenary squad's space belt. Immediately, the space belt around the Zhou mercenary squad's waist was flattened, and the space belt fell onto a relatively clean area not too far away. After that, Jianchen used the light wind sword to pick up the space belts of the Zhou mercenaries' corpses one by one. Very quickly, a small pile of space belts had been accumulated. After collecting all the space belts of the Zhou mercenaries' corpses, Jianchen also put away the light wind sword. Then he walked over to the pile of space belts and began to inspect them one by one. He took out all the magic cores and coins and placed them on the ground one by one. Not long after, over 40 space belts had been searched by Jianchen. In front of him, there was a small pile of magic cores and coins. In total, there were over 300 magic cores. Almost all of them were level 1 or 2 magic cores. There was less than a tenth of them that were level 3 magic cores. As for level 4 magic cores, there wasn't even a single one of them. As for the other pile of coins, almost half of them were copper coins and silver coins. There was only a small portion of gold coins, about 500 of them. As for purple crystal coins, there were less than 50 of them. Adding up all the coins here, there were about 70 purple crystal coins. Jianchen didn't think that it was too little. He put all the magic cores and coins into his own space belt and left, leaving behind a large pile of space belts and corpses on the ground. Everything that was valuable in the space belt had been taken out by Jianchen, leaving behind only a few useless items. Jianchen didn't leave the area. Instead, he continued to hide in a large tree 2 kilometers away, waiting for the mercenaries who wanted to capture him. He already knew that there were many mercenaries in the magical beast mountain range looking for him. They wanted to capture him and bring him to the Tianxiong clan for a reward. However, because the magical beast mountain range was too big and the terrain was very complicated, it was difficult for people to find each other even if they were 100 meters away. Therefore, the number of mercenaries that Jianchen encountered was pitifully small. In the magical beast mountain range, the mercenaries that were scattered all over the place were gathering in this direction. The Zhou mercenary group was just a step ahead of them. Not long after, Jianchen, who was hiding in a large tree, discovered another group of mercenaries below him. This group only had a dozen people. In terms of numbers, they couldn't compare to the Zhou mercenary group at all. However, Jianchen could clearly feel that each of these people had the strength of a Saint Master. Their overall strength wasn't any weaker than the Zhou mercenary group. Just as the group of mercenaries passed by the tree that Jianchen was hiding in, Jianchen suddenly jumped down from the dense foliage. Both of his feet kicked off the tree trunk, and his entire body shot towards one of the mercenaries. At the same time, the light wind sword appeared in his hand, emitting a sharp sword chi as it pierced towards the person. The reaction of the group of mercenaries wasn't too fast. Just as Jianchen made a move, they had already noticed him. However, Jianchen's speed was extremely fast. By the time they turned around, Jianchen was already very close to them. The light wind sword in his hand turned into a thin silver light and pierced through the mercenary's right shoulder before he could react. At the same time, the rest of the group of mercenaries also took out their saint weapons and rushed towards Jianchen. At the same time, the rest of the mercenaries also rushed forward, trying to surround Jianchen. Jianchen pulled out the light wind sword from the mercenary's shoulder. Immediately after, the light wind sword continuously flashed as it danced in the air, blocking the saint weapons of the group of saint masters. Afterwards, the silver light wind sword was like a poisonous snake as it pierced towards another person. This person hurriedly took out his saint weapon to block, but Jianchen's attacks were too fast. In just 2 moves, the mercenary's right shoulder was pierced through. "You're courting death." Seeing that another person was injured, the rest of the mercenaries were enraged. Their saint weapons were filled with saint force as they mercilessly attacked Jianchen. Jianchen floated backwards, nimbly retreating a distance of 10 meters. Following his retreat, the attacks from the other side also missed. In the end, the saint weapons that were infused with saint force fiercely struck the ground, creating a 1-meter deep crater. Jianchen's right hand held his light wind sword and pointed it towards the ground as he calmly stared at the mercenaries in front of him. "You dare to sneak attack me, you bastard! You must be tired of living." A tall and sturdy man rudely cursed as he raised his sword and rushed towards Jianchen. Bantu! The tall and sturdy man had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a middle-aged man with a resolute expression. The tall and sturdy man turned his head and angrily stared at the middle-aged man who had blocked him. He roared, "Mu Jian, don't block me! Can't you see that Ha Duo and were injured by this bastard?" The middle-aged man who had been called Mu Jian lightly shook his head and ignored the tall and sturdy man. He turned his gaze towards Jianchen and said, "This friend, may I ask why you suddenly attacked us? You must have come here to capture a person called Jianchen." Jianchen indifferently said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man called Mu Jian's eyes suddenly fell onto the light wind sword in Jianchen's hand. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Could it be that you are Jianchen?" "That's right, I am Jianchen." Jianchen's face revealed a trace of a smile, but no matter how one looked at it, this smile was somewhat evil. Hearing this, the mercenaries looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. They never would have thought that the Jianchen they had been searching so hard for would actually appear here. If they could capture him now, then wouldn't the 10,000 purple crystal coins be theirs? However, the middle-aged man called Mu Jian didn't have the slightest trace of happiness on his face. Instead, He had a somewhat dignified expression. So you are Jianchen, this is really too. Shut up. Chapter 152. Jianchen chuckled and said, I don't dare. Sir Mu Jian really thinks too highly of me. I presume that the reason why you guys entered the magical beast mountain range is also to find me. That's right, we came here to catch you. As soon as Jianchen's voice faded, the big man who was stopped by Mu Jian a moment ago loudly said. The big man's words caused Mu Jian's complexion to change slightly. He turned his head and fiercely glared at the big man, causing the big man's face to be filled with confusion. Mu Jian cupped his hands towards Jianchen and said with a chuckle, Sir Jianchen, we entered the magical beast mountain range just to watch the fun. We didn't have any intention of catching Sir. It seems that Sir must have misunderstood us. Misunderstood? Jianchen said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If I didn't hear wrong, I seem to have heard the friend beside you say that you guys entered the magical beast mountain range to catch me. How could it be a misunderstanding? Hearing this, Mu Jian's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. They had indeed entered the magical beast mountain range to catch Jianchen. Although they had heard of Jianchen's strength before, and there were several saint masters who had died in his hands, those were after all just rumors. Many people still maintained a skeptical attitude towards the rumors, and Mu Jian's group was no exception. But after personally witnessing Jianchen's strength, Mu Jian immediately judged that they weren't Jianchen's match. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still wouldn't be able to catch Jianchen. Moreover, they would also have to suffer considerable losses. Moreover, Mu Jian was also very clear that if Jianchen had wanted to take the lives of those two, they would have already been lying on the ground. Therefore, at this moment, Mu Jian had already given up on the idea of catching Jianchen. At the very least, at this moment, he still couldn't have a conflict with Jianchen. Otherwise, the ones who would suffer losses would only be his group. Seeing that Mu Jian didn't speak, Jianchen opened his mouth again and said, I also don't want to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Hand over all the magic cores in your spatial belts as payment for your lives. If not, then don't blame me, Jianchen, for being vicious and merciless. Towards the end of his words, a trace of intense killing intent flashed through Jianchen's eyes. Hearing Jianchen's words, the dozen or so people in front of him all revealed expressions of anger and disdain. Among them, not all of them had eyes as bright as Mu Jian's. Jianchen, you despicable person who only knows how to use sneak attacks, what qualifications do you have to say such words? Come and eat your grandfather's sword. Jianchen's words angered quite a few people. Immediately, a tall and sturdy man holding a two-handed greatsword aggressively rushed towards Jianchen. Wait! Mu Jian's figure flashed and blocked that burly man. Ignoring that burly man's furious gaze, he turned his head to look at Jianchen and said in a deep voice, Jianchen, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Could it be that you really want to force us? A cold smile appeared on Jianchen's face as he said, I'll still say the same thing. Hand over your magic cores and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself. After saying that, Jianchen paused for a moment before continuing, however, if we really fight, then don't blame me for the deaths and injuries that occur. Jianchen's words left no room for discussion, causing Mu Jian's expression to become somewhat gloomy. He said in a deep voice, as the saying goes, leave a line for everything, and it will be easier to deal with in the future. Sire Jianchen, aren't you going a little too far? The magic cores in his spatial belt were the result of him and the others risking their lives to hunt magical beasts in the magical beast mountain range. After that, he had accumulated them over a long period of time. Although Mu Jian knew that if he and the others were to fight with Jianchen, they would definitely suffer some injuries, but it was impossible for them to hand over all the magic cores that they had painstakingly accumulated over a long period of time. Mu Jian, why are you speaking so much nonsense with him? Why don't you just directly capture him? He's just one person and he wants all of us to hand over all the magic cores in our pouches. That's simply a huge joke. A middle-aged man with golden hair standing behind Mu Jian said in a deep voice. His tone was full of disdain. Jianshan, although you have injured two of us brothers, that was only because you used a sneak attack. If we were to fight you head-on, then even if we were to attack you together, you still wouldn't necessarily be our match. In the end, the most that would happen would be both sides suffering injuries. That wouldn't be good for either of us, especially you. If you were to be seriously injured, then it would be very disadvantageous for you. After all, in the magical Beast Mountain range, there are people everywhere who would want to capture you. Either we let this matter go, or we fight to the death. In short, if you want us to hand over our magic cores, then that's absolutely impossible. The one who spoke was a tall man. It was obvious that he could tell that Jianshan wasn't weak from Jianshan's actions. Jianshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He slowly raised his light wind sword and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, then let's fight." After saying that, he rushed towards the 10 people in front of him. Mu Jian didn't waste any more words and rushed forward with the 10 people behind him. The 10 people immediately began to fight. Every one of these 10 people had the strength of a Saint Master. If it was before, Jianshan would have a hard time defending against the encirclement of 10 Saint Masters. But now, with his strength at the Saint Master level, he could easily deal with the encirclement of more than 10 Saint Masters. Jianshan relied on his profound footwork and his sword, which was so fast that even Saint Masters found it hard to block, to fight evenly with the dozen or so Saint Masters. Even though Jianshan was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, it didn't take long before the dozen or so people were gradually forced into a disadvantageous position by Jianshan. During this period of time, there were a few people who were almost stabbed in the throat by Jianshan, but they were always saved by the people beside them at the crucial moment. Even though that was the case, there were still quite a few people who were injured by Jianshan. Jianshan's movements were like a ghost as he shuttled through the crowd, dodging the attacks coming from all directions. The light wind sword in his hand was so fast that it became a blur. As the light wind sword danced in the air, the friction between it and the air created a small sound that seemed to form a straight line. Pooh! The tip of the light wind sword was filled with sword chi as it pierced through one of the people's right arm joints. At the same time, the sword chi drilled into the person's body, destroying the function of his right arm. That person immediately let out a painful cry as the large sword in his hand disappeared. His right shoulder had been pierced through and he no longer had the strength to hold a weapon and had lost the ability to fight. Chapter 153. An injury to the right shoulder would directly affect one's ability to wield a weapon and display their strength. The injuries of those who had been pierced by Jianshan's light wind sword were far more severe than they had imagined. The light wind sword's sharp sword chi had already damaged their right shoulder, causing them to lose the ability to fight. The injured people could only helplessly retreat as Jianshan and the other 10 people continued to fight. The sounds of weapons clashing constantly rang out on the battlefield. The powerful shockwaves of Saint Force swept out in all directions with everyone at the center, pressing some of the weeds to the ground. Dust flew into the air, obscuring the figures of the people fighting, making it difficult to see them clearly. From time to time, there would be a few screams mixed with pain. Soon after, there would be people who would be sent flying or covered in blood as they retreated from the battlefield. Of the 10 people fighting in the battlefield, there were constantly people who were injured. Not long after, the original 10 people had shrunk down to only a few people. The intense movements made Jianshan's figure look somewhat miserable, but his body was not injured in the slightest. After blocking a saint weapon, Jianshan's light wind sword once again turned into a silver light and pierced through the opponent's right shoulder before they could react. I don't want to kill the innocent. I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame me for killing you. Jianshan did not stop at all. he called out as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was ready to kill. Previously, he had already been merciful to these people. If they continued to be stubborn, then he would have no choice but to kill them. In the Tianyuan continent, this kind of thing was very common, so Jianchen did not feel that he had done anything wrong. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. The strong could cover the sky with one hand and do whatever they wanted, but the weak never had the right to speak. Now that so many mercenaries and various powers had entered the mountain range of magical beasts, almost all of them had the goal of capturing Jianchen and handing him over to the Tianxiong clan for a reward. Even the 10 or so people on the other side were no exception. If not for the fact that Jianchen's strength was greater than theirs, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. When he heard these words, a struggling expression appeared on the face of the middle-aged man called Mu Jian. His gaze swept across the few injured men who had lost their ability to fight. Finally, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop!" Mu Jian's prestige in the hearts of these people was not weak. As soon as he spoke, those who were still fighting with Jianchen immediately retreated. Each and every one of them looked at Jianchen with fear lingering in their hearts. But most of their gazes were focused on the light-wind sword in Jianchen's hand. With regards to the lightning-fast speed of the light-wind sword, they had personally experienced it. Each and every one of them was terrified. In the battle just now, they had almost been injured by the light-wind sword several times. Fortunately, they had been saved in the nick of time. Mu Jian looked at Jianchen with a complicated expression. His gaze paused on the blood-stained light-wind sword in Jianchen's hand. With a dispirited expression, he weakly said, "Everyone, take out all of your demon cores. Sir Jianchen has already shown us mercy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just been injured." This time, no one was unconvinced. The 10 or so people all had dispirited expressions on their faces as they silently took out all of their demon cores from their space belts and piled them on the ground. After the battle just now, all of them understood that even if they all attacked together, they still wouldn't be a match for the young man in front of them. The speed of the light-wind sword was so fast that even if they used all of their strength to block, they would only be able to last a few rounds. These 10 or so Saint Masters all had quite a few demon cores on them. Although there weren't many demon cores of the 3rd level, there were quite a few demon cores of the 1st and 2nd level. "Jianchen, this is all of our demon cores. Can we leave now?" Mu Jian's expression was not very good as he spoke in a low voice. Jianchen's gaze swept across the small pile of demon cores on the ground. His face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile as he said, "If you had taken them out earlier, then wouldn't all of this have been fine? All right, I, Jianchen, do not dare call myself a gentleman, but I am someone who keeps my promises. You all can leave now." Mu Jian and the others' gazes paused on the small pile of demon cores on the ground for a while. Their eyes revealed a trace of reluctance as they helplessly let out a sigh and left with a sense of loss. Although there weren't many demon cores, they were still a few dozen years' worth of demon cores. "Remember, I don't want to see you try to deal with me again. Otherwise, I won't give you any face. It's best if you all leave the Devil Beast mountain range." Before the 10 or so people had even taken a few steps, Jianchen's calm voice sounded out from behind them. Hearing these words, Mu Jian and the others' bodies paused for a moment, but no one said anything. Very quickly, they disappeared into the dense forest. Jianchen put away the light-wind sword and slowly walked towards the pile of demon cores. He bent down and collected all of them into his spatial belt. There were about 200 demon cores in this small pile. Most of them were demon cores of the 1st and 2nd level. There were less than 20 demon cores of the 3rd level. After collecting all of the demon cores into his spatial belt, Jianchen unhurriedly straightened his body. His face revealed a trace of a cold smile as he suddenly said, "Friend, you've been here for so long and have seen enough. Isn't it time for you to come out?" Ha 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 ha! Just as Jianchen's voice fell, a loud laughter sounded out from the forest. Immediately after, a gray figure shot out like lightning and landed about 20 meters away from Jianchen. The person who came was an old man. He looked to be about 50 or 60 years old. The old man's face was flushed red and his pair of bright eyes were filled with vigor. Behind his back, there were a few strands of silver mixed in with messy hair that draped over his shoulders. He looked a bit down and out. The old man was wearing a gray robe and his stature was a bit taller than Jianchen. Although he was just standing there, Jianchen could feel an invisible pressure enveloping him. Facing this old man, Jianchen didn't dare to lower his guard. His face became serious as he stared at the old man and slowly said, "Great Saint Master." Chapter 154. Jianchen took a deep breath. Although he had already guessed that there would be a great Saint Master level expert who wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of 10,000 purple crystal coins and come to deal with him, he didn't think that he would encounter one so quickly. However, Jianchen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Although he didn't dare say that he could defeat a great Saint Master level expert, he was still confident that he could protect himself. At the same time, Jianchen was also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to raise his strength from a great saint to a Saint Master level expert. Otherwise, if he faced a great Saint Master with his original strength, he would have no choice but to run. Facing a great Saint Master, even though Jianchen felt an extremely great pressure, he quickly calmed down. His pair of calm eyes didn't have the slightest bit of emotion as he calmly stared at the old man before him. He opened his mouth and said, "Old sir, could it be that you've also come to capture me because of the temptation of 10,000 purple crystal coins?" "Little child, you already know the answer. This old man won't waste words with you. Are you going to obediently come with me, or do you want this old man to personally take action? However, you have to understand that this old man isn't as easy to deal with as those 10 Saint Masters from before." The old man looked at Jianchen with a relaxed expression, as if he didn't put Jianchen in his eyes at all. Jianchen coldly snorted as the light wind sword appeared in his right hand. Jianchen pointed the tip of the sword at the ground and proudly said, "Giving up without putting up a fight has never been my Jianchen's style. Old sir, let this one experience your skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianchen's body turned into a ghost, leaving behind afterimages as he rushed towards the old man. The short distance of 20 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The light wind sword in Jianchen's hand was covered in a layer of hazy sword aura as it turned into a silver light that pierced towards the old man's throat. The old man's nonchalant expression disappeared in an instant and was replaced with a dignified expression. Saint Chi surged from his palm and formed into a foot-long dagger. The dagger flickered with a cold light as it flew towards the light wind sword. When the light wind sword and the old man's dagger collided in midair, a clear sound rang out. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave of Saint Chi spread out in all directions from the collision of the two weapons. Wherever the shockwave of Saint Chi came into contact with it, the surrounding weeds were immediately torn apart. When the shockwave of Saint Chi reached the ground, the soft soil on the ground was pressed down by the shockwave. A light groan came from Jianchen's throat as Jianchen's body uncontrollably retreated a few meters. Every step he took left a deep imprint in the ground. A great Saint Master really is strong. I didn't think that after reaching the Saint Master level, there would still be such a large gap between me and a great Saint Master. Jianchen thought to himself. This time, he was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, this time, Jianchen was completely relying on the strength of his Saint Chi. How could he possibly be a match for the old man? However, Jianchen was secretly delighted. This time, when he clashed with the old man, he clearly understood just how big of a gap there was between him and a great Saint Master. This allowed him to calm down quite a bit. On the other hand, the old man's expression became even more serious as he stared at Jianchen and said, "Little child, you aren't simple. It seems that if I want to capture you, old man will have to put in a lot of effort." Jianquan's face revealed a cold smile as he said, "I'm afraid that even if you use all of your strength, you still won't be able to capture me." The old man's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly laughed. "Little child, you really know how to talk big. Today, I'll let old man properly deal with you. Let's see just how much ability you have." As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger in the old man's hand suddenly exploded with Saint Chi, completely submerging the dagger. Then, the old man's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Jianquan. The dagger was filled with Saint Chi as it pierced through the air towards Jianquan's heart. Facing a great Saint Master, Jianquan didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. He circulated the Saint Chi in his body and gathered it on the light wind sword. With a wave of his right hand, the light wind sword left behind a blurry afterimage as it fiercely collided with the old man's dagger. At that moment, an even stronger shock wave than before exploded outwards, wreaking havoc in all directions. The soil on the ground was sent flying as dust filled the air. The powerful shock wave of the Saint Chi caused the surrounding weeds to be torn to shreds. Countless amounts of plant powder were sent flying into the air. After that attack, Jianquan's body once again uncontrollably retreated a few steps. On the other hand, the old man was completely fine as he continued to chase after Jianquan. With a slight sway of his body, the old man quickly arrived in front of Jianquan and once again stabbed his dagger towards Jianquan's heart. Jianquan's body slightly twisted as the dagger brushed past his clothes. Following that, the light wind sword suddenly turned into a blur that enveloped the old man. In that short moment, Jianquan had already stabbed out 10 times at an extremely fast speed. Each strike was accurately aimed at the old man's vitals. The old man pulled back his dagger with lightning-like speed. He swung the dagger so fast that it turned into a blur, blocking Jianquan's attack. Ding 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 ding. Following the sounds of weapons colliding, the light wind sword and the old man's dagger had already collided more than 10 times in a short period of time. The sound of the weapons colliding was so concentrated that it seemed to have formed a continuous line. Following that, the old man's body was somewhat embarrassed as he retreated. At this moment, the gray robes that he was wearing were no longer as intact as before. There were a few cracks on his chest, but there was no blood flowing out. Behind the old man, there were a few strands of hair that were slowly falling to the ground. If one looked closely, the old man's messy hair was shorter than before. On the other side, Jianquan didn't look much better than the old man. Although he wasn't injured, his face was sickly pale. Looking at the cracks on his robes, the old man's face became gloomy as he said in a low voice, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Jianquan coldly smiled. "There have been many Saint Masters who have died under my sword, but there has never been a great Saint Master who has died under my light wind sword. Today you will be the first." Chapter 155. Jianquan wasn't afraid in the slightest. Wielding his light wind sword, he charged forward and the two once again engaged in a fierce battle. This time, Jianquan was able to fully utilize his advantage. Using his profound movement technique, he was able to deal with the old man while using the light wind sword to continuously stab at the old man. Facing the old man's attacks, Jianquan did his best to avoid them. From beginning to end, he did his best to avoid clashing with the old man's saint weapon. Only when he was unable to dodge would he use the light wind sword to block. The dagger in the old man's hand flew up and down under his nimble control. The old man had already reached a level of mastery over the use of the dagger. He was able to use the dagger to perfection, always stabbing out with lightning speed at Jianquan's heart when he wasn't paying attention. The two figures quickly shuttled through the field. The wind brought about by their rapid movements had gradually turned into gusts of wind, blowing the surrounding weeds and powder that had already fallen to the ground in the air once again. Although the two figures were constantly moving back and forth, under Jianquan's deliberate control, their weapons rarely clashed. The more the old man fought, the more depressed he became. In the end, he only felt a stomach full of anger. He was clearly stronger than his opponent, but because his opponent had the advantage in speed and reaction time, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Moreover, there were many times when even with his strength as a great Saint Master, he was forced into a state of panic by the frightening speed of the sword, almost to the point where his life was hanging by a thread. Kid, if you're a man, then fight me to your heart's content. What's the point of fighting like this? After fighting for a while, the old man finally couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted. Hearing this, Jianshan's face revealed a trace of ridicule and said, "Using one's weakness against another's strength is not a wise choice. Do you think I'm that stupid?" The old man was suddenly at a loss for words. Then, he stopped talking. An intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. His hands moved even faster. Every move of his dagger was aimed at Jianshan's vital points. Clearly, he had decided to kill him. Sensing that the old man had no intention of showing any mercy, Jianshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The speed of his sword suddenly increased, becoming twice as fast as before. The sword shadows that filled the sky overlapped, and it looked like the entire space was filled with countless sword shadows. It was impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. As Jianshan used his full strength, the pressure the old man faced immediately increased. Although he had the strength of a great Saint Master and his speed wasn't slow, he still couldn't be compared to Jianshan. Soon, he was forced into a panic by Jianshan. Whoosh! At this moment, within the sword shadows that filled the sky, a sharp sword suddenly appeared. Before the old man could even react, the sharp blade of the sword had already cut through his right wrist. The pain from his wrist caused the old man to be slightly startled. But in the next moment, the light-wind sword once again filled the sky with sword shadows and pierced towards the old man. The old man quickly waved his dagger, creating an impenetrable defense in front of him. At the same time, he retreated. However, just as he was about to retreat, the old man's body suddenly stopped. At the same time, a bloody sword pierced through the old man's throat and came out from under his chin. He didn't know when, but Jianshan was already standing behind the old man. The light-wind sword had already pierced through the old man's neck, and the other end of the sword pierced through his throat. The old man's eyes were lifeless as he stared at the sword that had pierced through his throat. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, his mind was filled with questions. He didn't know when Jianshan had appeared behind him, but he didn't even notice. However, the old man didn't have the chance to ask these questions. His body remained in the same position for a while before slowly falling to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. Slowly pulling out the sword, Jianshan let out a long breath. The battle with this great Saint Master had taken a lot of his energy. Now that the battle was over, he couldn't help but feel a bit out of breath. Jianshan withdrew the light-wind sword and looked at the old man lying on the ground. He helplessly sighed and muttered, 10 years of cultivation was destroyed in a single day. Ai, why did you have to do this? If you hadn't been consumed by greed, how could you have ended up like this? After sighing inwardly, Jianshan took off the old man's spatial belt. After rummaging through it, he took out all of the items that had been inside. The old man's spatial belt didn't have as many monster cores as Jianshan had expected. There were only about 50 of them, but the lowest was a rank 2 monster core. There wasn't a single rank 1 monster core. More than half of them were rank 2 monster cores, and there were about 20 rank 3 monster cores. There was also 1 rank 4 monster core. Other than the monster cores, Jianshan also took out about 70 purple crystal coins from the old man's spatial belt. After storing the monster cores and purple crystal coins into his own space belt, Jianshan rummaged through the old man's space belt again. Suddenly, his face changed and he took out a piece of white fur from his space belt. This piece of white fur was about the size of a palm and was covered with soft white hair. It was very comfortable to hold in one's hand and even gave off a warm feeling. This piece of fur. Jianchen looked at the piece of white fur in his hand with surprise. He immediately threw away the old man's spatial belt and took out an exquisite spatial ring from his own spatial belt. He then took out a red silk pouch. This red silk pouch was the one that Jianchen's mother, Bai Yuntian, had given to him before he left. It was the Bai family's heirloom. Jianchen nimbly opened the silk pouch and took out a piece of white fur. He casually shook it and unfolded it. The piece of fur inside the silk pouch was actually about the size of a palm. Jianchen held the two pieces of fur and compared them with each other. The surprise in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. This was because he discovered that not only were the two pieces of fur identical in size, but they were also made from the same material. It was as if the two pieces of fur were cut from the same piece of fur. Chapter 156. Why would this old man have this kind of fur on him? Could it be that he has some sort of background? Jianchen thought to himself as he pinched a piece of fur in his hand. Perhaps he obtained this pelt by chance. However, what kind of secret is hidden within this pelt? Jianchen lowered his head as he muttered to himself. This piece of fur that he had unintentionally found on the old man's body had once again aroused the curiosity in Jianchen's heart. Could it be a treasure map? Or could it be that there is some sort of incomparably powerful peerless martial skill recorded on it? Jianchen thought to himself. Based on his experience from his previous life, he quickly deduced a few possibilities. However, this piece of fur was completely white without a single trace of impurities. It did not seem to have much to do with a treasure map or a peerless martial skill. In the past, Jianchen had taken out this piece of fur several times to study it. In his opinion, this piece of fur was extremely flexible, to the point that no matter how hard he tried, he could not pluck a single strand of hair from it. Other than that, it was no different from an ordinary piece of fur. As for what kind of secret was hidden within it, Jianchen had no idea. Forget it, let's not worry about this for now. I think that sooner or later I will find out the secret of this piece of fur. With this thought in mind, Jianchen placed the piece of fur that belonged to him back into the red silk pouch. Then, he placed it into the space ring along with the fur that he had found on the old man's body. He casually threw the space ring into his space belt. Since he could not figure out what kind of secret was hidden within this piece of fur, Jianchen did not want to waste his brain power and let his imagination run wild. Afterwards, Jianchen once again picked up the old man's space belt and rummaged through it for a while. After confirming that he did not miss out on any valuable treasures, he casually threw the space belt away. Then, he dusted his hands and left the place. Over the next few days, Jianchen continuously searched the magical beast mountain range for the people who had tried to capture him, and obtained a large number of magic cores from them. Among these people, those whom Jianchen found pleasing to the eye, he would show some mercy, and those whom he did not find pleasing to the eye, without exception, he would kill without mercy. In the past few days, the number of mercenaries that had died at the hands of Jianchen was innumerable. The mountain range of magical beasts was littered with corpses, and the aura of slaughter permeated the entire mountain range of magical beasts. That bright red blood seemed to have dyed this green ocean red. It had to be said that the 10,000 purple crystal coins from the Tianxiong clan had indeed moved quite a few people. This time, other than a few Saint Masters, there were even a few great Saint Masters who had come to the magical beast mountain range. Putting aside the dagger-wielding old man from before, Jianchen had encountered another 4 great Saint Masters in the past few days. 2 of them even belonged to the same organization, and they had brought a total of 30 great saints and Saint Masters to meet with Jianchen. That battle had been extremely bitter, and in the end Jianchen had spent a tremendous amount of effort to kill the 2 great Saint Masters. As for the other great saints and Saint Masters, quite a few of them had died at Jianchen's hands, and Jianchen had paid the price of being riddled with wounds. In the end, a small portion of people had escaped, and Jianchen was powerless to chase after them. However, Jianshan was able to control the Radiant Saint force like a Radiant Saint Master, so he was the least afraid of being injured. Therefore, the wounds on his body had completely healed in less than 2 hours. Although the battle had been intense, Jianshan's harvest had also been extremely bountiful. He had obtained over 100 monster cores from the 2 great Saint Masters. Aside from a few monster cores that had reached the 2nd step, the majority were at the 3rd step, and there were also 2 monster cores at the 4th step. Although he had obtained quite a lot from the 2 great Saint Masters, Jianshan had only obtained less than 30 monster cores from the great saints and Saint Masters who had come with the 2 great Saint Masters. Presumably, they belonged to the same mercenary group, so the majority of the monster cores had been gathered on the 2 great Saint Masters. As for the other 2 great Saint Masters, although they didn't have any monster cores at the 4th step, they still had a few monster cores at the 3rd step. However, there weren't many of them. One of them had over 20 monster cores at the 3rd step, and close to 30 monster cores at the 2nd step. As for the other great Saint Master, he seemed extremely shabby. Jianshan had only obtained 5 monster cores at the 3rd step and 1 monster core at the 2nd step from him. As a great Saint Master, his wealth was even less than that of a Saint Master. Now that Jianshan had become a Saint Master, his battle prowess had greatly increased. When facing a great Saint Master, he already had the qualifications to kill them. As long as he didn't meet a peak Great Saint Master or a Great Saint Master who had Saint Force, Jianshan didn't have anything to fear. In the past few days, he had killed several Great Saint Masters. Other than the time when he had to deal with 2 Great Saint Masters at the same time, he had to pay the smallest price to kill them. As he continued to kill, Jianshan's name gradually spread. The massacre he had caused in the Magical Beast mountain range was quickly spread by countless mercenaries. Not only did everyone in Wake City know about it, even the surrounding cities knew about Jianshan's name. Some of the mercenaries who had hurried over from afar to participate in the operation to capture Jianshan all gave up on their plans when they heard the rumors that had spread like wildfire. In the Magical Beast mountain range, there were a few mercenaries who grew timid every day. They all retreated from the Magical Beast mountain range, not wanting to participate in this operation. Although quite a few people had left the mountain range of magical beasts, there were still quite a few people who believed that their strength wasn't weak, as well as mercenary groups, who continued to stay in the mountain range of magical beasts. After this round of elimination, there weren't many people left in the mountain range of magical beasts, but every single one of them had at least the strength of a saint expert. As a large number of people retreated from the Magical Beast mountain range, the large Magical Beast mountain range became much quieter. Currently, the people who were still in the Magical Beast mountain range all had the intention of capturing Jianshan. As for the mercenaries who had originally been hunting magical beasts in the Magical Beast mountain range, they had also been forced to retreat because of the chaos in the Magical Beast mountain range. Due to the large decrease in the number of people in the Magical Beast mountain range, Jianshan had no choice but to take the initiative. He took the initiative to search for those who were still in the Magical Beast mountain range. As for these people, Jianshan still used the same old method. Those who were willing to hand over their magic cores were all released, and he wouldn't harm a single hair on their heads. As for those who were stubborn and still wanted to capture him, Jianshan directly used an iron fist and killed them all without mercy. In the clear and cloudless sky, a fiery red sun hung high in the sky, emitting a dazzling light that baked the earth, as if the earth had been covered with a layer of golden carpet. In this scorching hot summer, the sun in the sky seemed to be this hot every day. In the Magical Beast mountain range, where trees grew luxuriantly and weeds grew everywhere, it was as if it was a completely different space from the outside world. All around, the tall trees unfurled their luxuriant leaves, completely blocking out the intense sunlight from the outside world. A gentle breeze blew through the forest from time to time, causing some of the weeds and lush branches to sway slowly. The outside world was scorching hot, but in the magical beast mountain range, it was cool and refreshing. Somewhere in the magical beast mountain range, 10 or so middle-aged men were sitting together in a circle. In the middle of them, a fire was slowly burning, roasting several pieces of magical beast meat on a rack. Drops of fat were squeezed out from the meat, dripping into the fire below, constantly emitting sizzling sounds. Even though these 10 or so middle-aged men were just sitting there was still no way to conceal their tall and sturdy bodies. They were all wearing thin leather armor, and the shiny leather armor was covered with many green stripes that had been carved out by the thorns of the forest. Chapter 157. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person followed up. "That's right, Captain. Although we didn't encounter Jianshan, we've found at least a few hundred corpses along the way. Many of them died in the same place, and from the looks of it, many of them were acquaintances from Wake City. Almost all of them had the strength of a Saint Master. Since Jianshan was able to kill a team of Saint Masters, then his strength should at least be at the Great Saint Master level. Even if we were to face him, we might not be able to capture him. In fact, we might even suffer losses. If the situation is serious, then it's not impossible for us to be completely annihilated." Hearing this, the dozen or so middle-aged men's expressions couldn't help but become even more serious. These thoughts had all appeared in their minds before. They originally thought that with their team of at least mid-level Saint Masters, capturing Jianshan would be an effortless task. After all, such a team would even have the strength to fight against a great Saint Master. Moreover, the information given by the Tianxiong clan clearly stated that Jianshan only had the strength of a great saint. At most, he was a Saint Master, so when they came, they didn't put Jianshan in their eyes. However, as they continued to stay in the magical beast mountain range, the rumors about Jianshan became more and more powerful. Especially recently, there were even rumors that several great Saint Masters had already died at Jianshan's hands. Although they didn't believe such shocking news, as they continued to walk through the mountain range of magical beasts, the corpses they encountered caused their confidence to waver. Right now, they were in an awkward situation where they couldn't back down. They wanted to continue to capture Jianshan, but they were also worried that they wouldn't be a match for Jianshan. They wanted to withdraw from the magical beast mountain range, but they were unwilling. After all, the reward of 10,000 purple crystal coins was too tempting. "Leader, let's just give up on this mission. We've been walking for the past few days, and the corpses that we've seen all the time aren't enough to prove one thing. If we really meet Jianshan, even if all of us attack together, we won't be a match for him. If things go wrong, we might all die here." A middle-aged man with a scar on his face said in a deep voice. In his eyes, there was a faint trace of fear. "I support Cloud Screen's suggestion. Leader, although 10,000 purple crystal coins is not a small sum, we have to have a reason to spend it. If we throw our lives away here, no matter how much money we have, we will only be able to enjoy the 5 blessings." The one who spoke was a burly man with dark skin. Hearing the words of these people, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a resolute expression nodded slightly. "Fine. I now announce that everyone is to immediately withdraw from the mountain range of magical beasts." Hearing this, the dozen or so people immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then the tense expressions on their faces couldn't help but relax. It's too late to leave now. However, before everyone could rejoice for long, a clear voice came from nearby. The sudden voice caused the faces of the dozen or so middle-aged men to change. "Who's there? Come out." The middle-aged man with the scar on his face immediately stood up from the ground and shouted sternly. At the same time, the dozen or so middle-aged men also stood up from the ground, and each of them stared fiercely in the direction of the voice. Immediately after, a person wearing beast skin slowly walked out from behind a large tree. This person had a head of long black hair tied behind his back with a straw rope. His face was covered in dirt, and he looked like a little cat. It was impossible to see his face clearly. The dozen or so men's fierce gazes all gathered on the person wearing beast skin. The middle-aged man with the scar on his face shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Hearing this, the person wearing beast skin revealed a trace of a smile. However, this smile was covered by the dark skin of his face, making it seem somewhat sinister. "I'm the person you're looking for." Hearing this, the dozen or so men's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. However, they immediately reacted, and their faces all changed greatly. Could it be that you are Jianchen?" One of the men shouted hoarsely, his face carrying a trace of panic and disbelief. The person wearing beast skin slowly nodded his head and said with a smile, "That's right. I am Jianchen." The dozen or so men's faces immediately became interesting. Everyone looked at each other. None of them had expected that the Jianchen they had painstakingly searched for several days would actually appear in front of them just as they were about to leave the magical beast mountain range. If this scene had happened a few days ago, the dozen or so men would have surrounded Jianchen excitedly without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, for a moment, the dozen or so men felt a wave of bitterness in their hearts. "Hand over all the monster cores in your hands, and I can let you leave. If not, then only death awaits you. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to consider." Without waiting for the dozen or so men to speak, Jianchen opened his mouth to speak. Although his tone was calm, in the ears of the dozen or so men, each and every one of their hearts became heavy. The dozen or so men looked at each other, and then the man with the sword scar said in a deep voice, "Sir Jianchen, you want all the monster cores in our possession right from the start. You're really going too far. After all, it was extremely difficult for us to obtain these monster cores. Almost every one of them was obtained by risking our lives against magical beasts." The man with the sword scar's tone was extremely unwilling to accept this. Now that he heard the rumor that Jianchen had already killed several great Saint Masters, the man with the sword scar gave up on the idea of becoming enemies with Jianchen. Jianchen coldly smiled and said, "I don't care about that. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea will be up very soon. If you still don't want to hand over the monster cores, then don't blame me." Hearing these words, the dozen or so men's faces all became ugly. The man with the sword scar hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Sir Jianchen, if you can defeat me in 5 moves, we'll hand over the monster cores. Otherwise, we'd rather fight to the death than compromise." Jianchen's calm eyes flashed with a sharp light. Carefully sizing up the man with the sword scar, he said, "All right, I'll defeat you in 5 moves." Finished speaking, powerful saint force surged out of his right hand, quickly condensing into a 4-foot-long and 2-fingers-wide sword. Chapter 158. Seeing that Jianchen and the captain were about to fight, the 10 large men retreated far away while staring at Jianchen and the knife-scarred man. The knife-scarred man gripped his great sword tightly as he stared at Jianchen with a dignified expression on his face. Whether or not they would be able to keep their monster cores would depend on this battle. Although it was impossible for a great Saint Master to defeat a high-level Saint Master within 5 moves, the knife-scarred man saw that Jianchen had agreed so easily. Therefore, even if he only needed to last 5 moves against Jianchen, it would still be quite a bit of pressure for the middle-aged man. Moreover, he was worried that Jianchen would agree so easily because he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him and reduce the strength of the other party. Although he had such thoughts, he didn't dare to do anything. He still wanted to try and keep his monster cores. At the same time, the knife-scarred man also wanted to see Jianchen's strength. He wanted to see just how strong such a young person was. He wanted to see if he was really as strong as the rumors said. He wanted to see if he was able to kill a great Saint Master at the age of 20. Seeing the knife-scarred man's dignified expression, Jianchen faintly smiled and extended his hand. "Please." The knife-scarred man didn't hold back and released a powerful burst of Saint Qi from his greatsword as he rushed towards Jianchen with light steps. Jianchen's body turned into a blur as he rushed towards the knife-scarred man. The light wind sword in his hand emitted a sharp sword chi as it pierced towards the knife-scarred man like a bolt of lightning. Seeing Jianshan's lightning-fast sword, the knife-scarred man's pupils shrank. He immediately swung his greatsword down towards Jianshan's light wind sword. Ding! Following the crisp sound of metal clashing, the two weapons that were completely different in size collided violently in midair. A powerful shockwave burst out, turning into a gust of wind that wreaked havoc in all directions. As soon as the two weapons collided, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. From this small long sword that was only 2 fingers wide suddenly came a powerful force that was completely incompatible with its physical strength, and it shook his hands that were holding the huge sword, causing them to feel numb. Just by wielding a sword in one hand, he is able to fight me to a standstill. It seems the rumors are true. The scarred man was secretly shocked. However, just as this thought appeared in the scarred man's mind, Jianshan's second sword strike came over, and the speed was even faster than before. The scarred man's expression was incomparably dignified. Jianshan's sword was so fast that it didn't give him any time to prepare. Enduring the numbness in his arms, he raised his greatsword in front of him to block Jianshan's light wind sword. When the light wind sword came into contact with the scarred man's greatsword, an even more terrifying force than before passed through the man's body. The scarred man couldn't help but stagger backwards, and the 2 hands that were holding onto the greatsword couldn't help but tremble twice. "You've already lost." Just as the scarred man stabilized himself, a faint voice came from the front. When the middle-aged man reacted, his face immediately became pale, without a trace of blood, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. In front of him, there was a long sword that was flickering with a biting cold light. He didn't know when it had come to a stop in front of him, but the tip of the sword was just about to touch his throat. The scarred man's face was sluggish as he stared at the sword in front of his throat in disbelief. For a moment, he was actually speechless. Such a scene caused the dozen or so large men standing behind the scarred man to be filled with disbelief. Their gazes were all dull as they blankly stared at the longsword that gently touched the scarred man's throat. They were so shocked that they were speechless. "This is the 3rd move you've lost." Putting away the light wind sword, Jianshan calmly looked at the scarred man in front of him. 3 moves. Jianshan only used 3 moves to defeat a high-level Saint Master. The scarred man quickly came back to his senses as he looked at Jianshan with a bit of fear. Taking a deep breath, he said with a trembling voice, What a fast sword." A faint smile appeared on Jianshan's face as he said, "Now you should know what to do." The scarred man quickly calmed down and looked deeply at Jianshan. Although Jianshan's face was covered in dirt and he couldn't see his appearance, he could still see that Jianshan's face was young. The scarred man put away his sword and cupped his hands towards Jianshan. "Many thanks for your mercy." The scarred man then turned around to look at the large men behind him and sighed inwardly. He helplessly said, "Everyone, take out all the monster cores you have." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so burly men hesitated for a moment before reluctantly taking out all of the demonic cores from their spatial belts and placing them on the ground one by one. After watching the battle between Jianshan and the scarred man, they knew that Jianshan only wanted their monster cores and not their lives. Otherwise, with the strength that Jianshan had just displayed, even if all of them attacked together, they would still be wiped out. This was because even the strongest leader of their group couldn't last more than 5 moves against Jianshan, let alone them. The scarred man took out a pouch from his spatial belt and put his monster cores in it first. Afterwards, without Jianshan's orders, he took the initiative to put all the monster cores in the pouch. Finally, he handed the pouch to Jianshan. He looked at the pouch with some reluctance and said softly, "All the monster cores we have are here." There were at least 100 monster cores in the pouch. Half of them were Class 3 monster cores, while the rest were Class 2 monster cores. There were only a few Class 1 monster cores. Jianchen accepted the pouch and directly tossed it into his spatial belt. He said, "I, Jianchen, am a man of my word. You can all leave." Afterwards, the scarred man didn't say anything else and left with the group in low spirit. Looking in the direction that they had left, Jianchen let out a long breath. He lazily leaned against a large tree behind him and muttered, "These past few days have been quite tiring. However, although it's been quite tiring, the harvest has been quite bountiful. The monster cores I've collected these past few days should be enough for me to cultivate for a long time. I don't even know if I should thank the Tianxiong clan or hate them." Chapter 159. After that, Jianchen found a river according to his memory and washed off the dirt on his body. He then took out a new set of clothes from his space belt and put them on. After wearing the simple coat made of animal hide for a long time, a comfortable feeling spread throughout Jian Wushuang's body as soon as he put on the soft cotton clothes. Jianchen stretched his body a little intoxicated as he felt the warmth from the cotton clothes on his body. At this moment, his nerves that had been tense for the past few days finally relaxed. After that, Jianchen casually slaughtered a magical beast in the forest and tore off a large and fat hind leg. He found a dry place and started a fire to slowly roast it. After satisfying his hunger, Jianchen also started to count his gains from the past few days. When Jianchen took out all the magical cores from his space belt, they had already piled up into a small hill that was more than a meter high on the ground. With so many magical cores gathered together, the surging energy hidden within seemed to have produced traces of resonance. Just the slight aura that was emitted made Jianchen's heart palpitate. Roughly speaking, there were no less than 2,000 magical cores in this pile of magical cores. As for the specific number, if one did not count carefully, it would be impossible to guess an accurate number. After all, the size of each magical core was different. Looking at so many magical cores, Jianchen could not help but reveal an excited smile on his face. The bountiful harvest of the past few days was simply unimaginable. With so many magical cores, it would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time in the future. Feeling excited, Jianchen took out 3 space belts and casually threw them to the side. These space belts were specially taken from the mercenaries by Jianchen in case of an emergency. After that, Jianchen started to classify the magical cores one by one. About 4 hours later, Jianchen finally finished sorting through the large pile of monster cores. There were 3 piles of monster cores in front of him. One pile was all monster cores of the first rank, another pile was all monster cores of the second rank, and the last pile was all monster cores of the third rank. There are a total of over 700 rank 1 magical cores, over 900 rank 2 magical cores, and over 600 rank 3 magical cores. I didn't think that I would actually obtain 2,300 magical cores in the past few days. This is really unexpected. Tianxiong clan, it seems that I have to properly thank you for creating such a good opportunity for me. Looking at so many magical cores, Jianchen cheerfully muttered to himself. Afterwards, Jianchen placed the magical cores in the 3 space belt. Afterwards, he returned to the cave he had stayed in for a few days. After covering up the cave entrance, he continued to cultivate. In the pitch-black cave, Jianchen sat cross-legged on the ground like a statue without moving. If it were not for the faint sound of his breathing, perhaps people would really think that he was a living statue. As the energy within the magical cores was continuously absorbed by Jianchen, the saint force in his body was constantly growing stronger. After becoming a saint master, not only did Jianchen require an even greater amount of energy for his cultivation, even the speed at which he absorbed energy had doubled. When he was still a great saint, he would need to consume 3 Class 3 magical cores in a single night of cultivation. If he cultivated continuously for an entire day, he would need to consume about 10 Class 3 magical cores. But now, as the speed at which he absorbed energy increased, Jianchen's requirement for a single night of cultivation had increased to 6 or 7 Class 3 magical cores. In this way, he would need to consume about 20 Class 3 magical cores in an entire day. Although the consumption of Class 3 magical cores was still extremely terrifying, Jianchen was no longer worried about not having enough magical cores. This was because not only did he have several hundred Class 3 magical cores in his space belt, but he was also in the magical beast mountain range. He could now enter the deeper parts of the mountain range to hunt Class 4 magical beasts at any time. The energy contained within Class 4 magical cores was far more powerful than Class 3 magical cores. In the outside world, Jianchen's name, and everything he had done in the magical beast mountain range, had already spread like wildfire. In the magical beast mountain range, Jianchen was currently sitting cross-legged in a pitch-black cave, working hard to increase his strength. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had already passed. In this year, the storm that Jianchen had caused in the outside world had gradually calmed down. Wake City had already returned to its former state. Compared to a year ago, there weren't many changes. The only difference was that the Tianxiong clan that had once ruled over Wake City had completely declined. In the depths of the magical beast mountain range, there were very few signs of human habitation. An area where Class 4 magical beasts roamed wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. In this area, it was very normal to not see a single person for 10 days to half a month. At this moment, a green smoke was slowly rising from the forest not far away, following which the fragrance of barbecued meat drifted in all directions under the gentle breeze. A young man wearing plain clothes was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, a fire was burning fiercely, roasting a piece of magical beast meat on a rack. This young man looked to be in his early 20s. His long hair was tied into a braid by a straw rope, casually falling behind his back. The young man was very handsome, and his exquisite facial features were flawless. In addition to his fair and tender face that seemed to be smeared with rouge, coupled with a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with a strange charm, he was simply the killer of all the young girls in the world. This young man was precisely Jianchen. In this year, Jianchen had always stayed in the magical beast mountain range, and had never left. A year ago, Jianchen had already used up all the Class 3 magical beast cores he had obtained from the mercenaries. Only the Class 1 and Class 2 magical beast cores remained. In this year, ever since he had used up all the Class 3 magical beast cores, Jianchen had started to use Class 4 magical beast cores to cultivate. Once he had used up all the Class 4 magical beast cores in his bag, he would head into the depths of the magical beast mountain range to hunt for Class 4 magical beast cores. Once he had a harvest, he would return to the cave and continue cultivating. In this way, after a year of cultivation, Jianchen's strength had already risen from the initial stage of the Saint Master level to the high stage of the Saint Master level. Now, hunting Class 4 magical beasts was no longer difficult for Jianchen. It's been a year. Time really flies. It seems that I should go out for a walk and stabilize my current strength. Alas, using magical beast cores to cultivate, even though the berserk elements have been removed, there are still some aftereffects. Sitting in front of the fire, Jianchen murmured in a low voice. After filling his stomach, Jianchen extinguished the fire and continued to head into the depths of the magical beast mountain range. Since he planned to leave this place, Jianchen had to prepare a few more Class 4 magical beast cores in preparation for his future cultivation. The area where Class 4 magical beasts roamed was already close to the center of the magical beast mountain range. Compared to the outside, this place was much quieter. This was because Class 4 magical beasts were not as common as Class 1 and 2 magical beast cores. In this place, wanting to encounter a Class 4 magical beast was an extremely difficult matter. However, Class 3 magical beasts were still relatively common. Roar! Chapter 160. The sudden heaven-shaking roar caused Jianchen's expression to instantly become serious. His eyes glinted as he stared ahead, thinking to himself, just a single roar is already so powerful. This is at least a peak 4th rank magical beast. Just as this thought flashed through Jianshan's mind, suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful energy fluctuation came from several kilometers away. The surging energy fluctuation transformed into a visible ripple that swept through the heavens and earth, rapidly spreading towards the distance. It wreaked havoc along the way, uprooting one ancient tree after another, and sending it flying high into the sky from the surging energy fluctuation. Standing several kilometers away, Jianshan's expression became incomparably serious. His gaze was somewhat shocked as he looked at the surging energy that was rapidly approaching. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Looking at its might, it should be at least a 5th rank magical beast. The energy ripple spread at an extremely fast speed, spreading to several kilometers away in front of Jianshan very quickly. At this time, the powerful energy had already weakened by a lot. In the end, it transformed into a gust of wind that whistled past Jianshan, causing Jianshan's clothes to flutter rapidly. Even the long black hair that was tied up into a whip behind him was blown away by the wind. The roars of magical beasts in front of him continuously sounded, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. Powerful energy fluctuations constantly wreaked havoc in front of him, causing the entire mountain forest to shake. Jianshan's expression was somewhat serious as he stared ahead. When he heard two completely different roars of magical beasts, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He muttered in a low voice, "From the looks of it, there seems to be two 5th rank magical beasts fighting over there." Jianshan hesitated for a moment, before immediately using his movement technique to quickly rush forward. Jianshan rushed through the gust of wind that was completely formed from the energy fluctuations. He quickly crossed several kilometers and hid far away to observe the scene in front of him. Around 500 meters away, two magical beasts of completely different sizes were fighting intensely. As they collided again and again, powerful energy fluctuations erupted in all directions. At the place where they fought, the ground had already become full of potholes. Several meters deep craters had appeared in the surroundings. The originally lush trees had also been uprooted by the powerful energy fluctuations from the battle, flying far away. Some of the more fragile weeds had been immediately destroyed into powder. The entire place was a mess. Jianshan carefully hid 500 meters away. In order to avoid being discovered by the two magical beasts fighting intensely, he stuck his entire body close to the ground. His eyes were fixated on the two magical beasts fighting in front of him. Although the two magical beasts were moving quickly, Jianshan was still able to clearly see their appearances with his eyesight. Of the two magical beasts fighting, one of them was pitch black and the size of a cow. It had 2 legs on its head, but on its back was a pair of short black wings. On the other hand, there was a snow-white, petite magic beast the size of a yellow dog. Although the two magic beasts differed greatly in size, they were on par with each other in terms of strength. Roar! Roar! Furious roars constantly rang out from the two magical beasts. As they spat out balls of energy filled with surging energy, they collided in midair and erupted with deafening booms. The surging energy fluctuations wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the world to pale in comparison. Is this the true strength of a 5th rank magical beast? Jianshan's gaze was somewhat aghast as he stared at the two magical beasts fighting in front of him. His entire body was tightly crouched on the ground. He didn't even dare to move, fearing that he would attract the attention of the two magical beasts and bring disaster upon himself. Although Jianshan's current strength had already reached the level of high-rank Saint Master and he didn't fear a 4th-rank magical beast, after witnessing the powerful might displayed by the two 5th-rank magical beasts, he didn't have much confidence in being able to escape from the pursuit of the 5th-rank magical beast. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. The two couldn't be compared at all. The two magical beasts of completely different sizes fought for half a day before the intense sounds of battle gradually stopped. At this moment, the two magical beasts were riddled with scars from head to toe. They were currently lying on the ground powerlessly. Their stomachs were violently rising and falling, and their mouths were emitting hurried breathing sounds. Jianchen had a panoramic view of the scene in front of him. Seeing the miserable state of the two magical beasts, Jianchen's mind was moved. From the looks of it, the two magical beasts seem to have already fought to the point where both sides are injured. They don't even have the strength to stand up. They should be extremely weak. A bold thought suddenly appeared in Jianchen's mind. When this thought had just appeared in his mind, all of the blood in Jianchen's body seemed to be boiling at this moment. Even his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Jianchen quietly crouched on the ground. The light in his eyes flickered incessantly. His expression was full of hesitation. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made his decision. He clenched his teeth and no longer concealed his figure. He directly stood up from the ground and used his movement technique to quickly charge towards the two magical beasts. Roar! The two magical beasts simultaneously discovered the rapidly approaching Jianchen. They couldn't help but let out a low roar. Their eyes flashed with an ominous light as they stared fiercely at Jianchen. However, they didn't take any action. When Jianchen was only 100 meters away from the two magical beasts, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, his face had already become incomparably dignified. Although he was facing two severely injured magical beasts, Jianchen didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Jianchen slowed down his footstep. His face was full of vigilance as he approached the two magical beasts step by step. The silver-white light wind sword quietly appeared in his right hand. The sword was only 2 fingers wide, but a hazy light was constantly being emitted from it. Roar! Magical beasts of the 5th rank already had a certain amount of intelligence. The two magical beasts seemed to have understood Jianchen's intentions. At the same time, they let out a threatening roar towards Jianchen, as if warning Jianchen not to come closer. Chapter 161. Seeing Jianchen continuously approaching, the panic in the eyes of the two 5th-rank magical beasts lying on the ground became even more obvious. If they were in their peak condition, they naturally wouldn't put Jianchen in their eyes. However, the situation at that time was different. In the previous fierce battle, not only were both of them injured, they couldn't even stand up. Moreover, the energy in their body was almost exhausted. With their current state, let alone a saint master, perhaps even a great saint would be able to kill them as long as he attacked their wounds. The two magical beasts' bodies violently struggled a few times, as if they wanted to stand up. However, after some effort, they were still unable to do this action that couldn't be any simpler for them. Seeing this scene, Jianchen's heart that was in his throat immediately relaxed a little. However, he still maintained a high degree of vigilance and wouldn't be careless in the slightest because of this. With a face full of vigilance, Jianchen walked step by step towards the two magical beasts. Soon, he arrived only 30 meters away from the two magical beasts. Facing two seriously injured 5th-rank magical beasts, Jianchen was still cautious as if he was facing a great enemy. Roar! Just at this time, the snow-white magical beast with a petite body like a puppy let out a deep roar. Powerful energy quickly gathered in its mouth, forming a ball of energy light that was completely compressed into a ball of energy in its mouth. Its pair of small eyes stared at Jianchen with a sense of warning. The other magical beast with a body like a cow also stared at Jianchen tightly. The pair of short wings that grew on its back also faintly emitted strong energy fluctuations. Jianchen's advancing steps came to an abrupt stop. He stood in place and stared at the two seriously injured 5th-rank magical beasts with a somewhat dignified expression. Jianchen didn't approach. The energy that the two magical beasts had gathered also didn't release. Jianchen slightly hesitated for a moment. Although the two magical beasts in front of him were seriously injured, they brought a very powerful pressure to Jianchen. Faintly, from the two seriously injured magical beasts, Jianchen felt a trace of extremely dangerous aura. Just as the two of them were nervously staring at each other, suddenly Jianchen's body slightly swayed. After leaving behind an afterimage, he had already rushed towards the snow-white, petite magical beast with an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Jianchen had already burst forth with all of his strength, increasing his speed to the limit. The short distance of 30 meters was like nothing to Jianchen with all of his strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed it. When Jianchen got close to the petite magical beast, his movements didn't stop at all. His right arm suddenly shook, and the silver-white light-wind sword turned into a flash of lightning, bringing with it a swift and fierce sword chi as it pierced towards the magical beast's neck. Roar! The petite magical beast's reaction wasn't any slower than Jianchen's. Almost as soon as Jianchen arrived in front of it, it spat out the ball of energy in its mouth and shot towards Jianchen's chest at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Jianchen suddenly withdrew his light-wind sword and immediately retreated. At the same time, he tried to twist his body to the side in an attempt to avoid the incoming ball of energy. Unfortunately, the ball of energy was too fast. Even though Jianchen tried his best to dodge, he still wasn't able to completely avoid it. The ball of energy that was originally heading towards Jianchen's chest, because of the slight deviation of his body, ended up smashing into Jianchen's left shoulder. Boom! Although the ball of energy was only the size of a child's fist, it contained a terrifying amount of energy. When the ball of energy smashed into Jianchen's left shoulder, Jianchen's entire body was sent flying far away. Jianchen flew for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Along the way, he rolled a few meters before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, his face was incomparably pale, and the pain from his left shoulder was so intense that his handsome face was completely distorted. The muscles on his face were constantly twitching. The clothes on Jianchen's upper body had been torn to shreds by the powerful energy. At this moment, his upper body was practically naked, and the area around his shoulder had become a bloody mess. The deep white bone was already visible, and bright red blood was continuously flowing out from the wound. Jianchen endured the pain from his left shoulder and endured the torment from his nerve. He forced himself to stand up from the ground, his eyes filled with ruthlessness as he stared at the petite magic beast in front of him. After the attack, the petite magic beast's complexion had also withered. Even the light in its eyes had dimmed. It seemed that the attack from before had used up all of its energy. Its current state was even weaker than before. Although his left shoulder had suffered a great injury, it didn't affect Jianchen's mobility much. Jianchen's body slightly swayed, and he quickly arrived behind the petite magic beast. The light wind sword in his hand carried a powerful sword chi as it pierced forward. Clang! Just as the light wind sword was about to pierce forward, a white shadow quickly flashed and fiercely slapped the light wind sword to the side, causing the light wind sword to miss. Immediately after, Jianchen saw the white shadow flash by, and before he could see what it was, his chest suffered another heavy blow. Thump, 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 the strong impact caused Jianchen to stagger back a few steps. Feeling a burning sensation in his chest, Jianchen lowered his head and saw that his chest had become red. There was a faint trace of blood coming out from his pores. Forcefully swallowing the blood in his throat, Jianchen stared at the dying Class 5 magical beast on the ground. He saw that the magic beast's long tail was waving weakly behind it. Just a moment ago, Jianchen had been attacked by this petite magic beast's tail. Humph, I don't believe that I can't deal with a heavily injured Class 5 magical beast. Today I will take your magic core. Jianchen gritted his teeth, and the light wind sword's sharp sword chi soared. With a wave of his sword, the sword chi left the sword and shot towards the Class 5 magical beast. Facing the sword chi, the petite Class 5 magical beast had no way of dodging, and could only take it head-on. Several streaks of sword energy accurately landed on the hideous wounds on its body, causing its entire body to tremble violently. Jianshan didn't hesitate in the slightest. His body flashed, and once again appeared in front of the magical beast, and the light wind sword pierced towards its throat. Pooh! This time, the petite magic beast seemed to have used up all of its strength. It was so exhausted that it couldn't even wave its tail. Chapter 162. Seeing that he had finally killed this heavily injured magical beast of the fifth step, Jianshan immediately let out a sigh of relief. The strength of a magical beast of the fifth step was indeed very powerful. Even a peak magical beast of the fourth step was probably as insignificant as an ant in their eyes. Just dealing with a magical beast of the fifth step that was so heavily injured that it didn't even have the strength to stand up, Jianshan had still suffered such a huge injury even when he had used all his strength. Just as Jianshan let out a sigh of relief, suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front. Jianshan's face changed slightly. When he suddenly raised his head, he saw a meter-long crescent-shaped wind blade shot out from the short wings on the back of another magical beast. It flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. Within the crescent-shaped wind blade, there was a powerful energy fluctuation that made Jianshan's expression change. Jianshan's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately did a lazy roll, narrowly dodging the attack. The crescent-shaped wind blade brushed past Jianshan's scalp, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Afterwards, the crescent-shaped wind blade did not stop, flying towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. All obstructions along the way were mercilessly destroyed. In the end, after flying for several hundred meters, it finally hit the ground. The powerful energy contained within it exploded, directly causing the ground to be filled with smoke and dust. The violent movements of his body affected the wound on his left shoulder. Especially when the wound on his left shoulder was in close contact with the ground, the heart-piercing pain came wave after wave, simply tormenting Jianshan's brain. The muscles on Jianshan's face constantly twitched. He clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain from his left shoulder, immediately standing up from the ground. There was still a magical beast of the fifth step glaring at him from the side. There was no time for Jianshan to treat his wounds. At this moment, the bull-like, black-furred magical beast began to gather energy again. A layer of hazy black light radiated from the wings on its back, and the waves of energy rapidly grew from weak to strong. However, as the energy from the wings grew stronger, the light in the magical beast's eyes grew dimmer. In the end, it seemed like it was extremely difficult for it to even keep its eyes open. Glancing at the short wings on the back of the magical beast, Jianshan felt the powerful energy fluctuations contained within them. His face became serious as he slightly retreated. Even his body was prepared to dodge at any time. Roar! The magical beast let out a weak roar towards Jianshan, as if warning Jianshan not to move forward. From its eyes, one could clearly see that it was in a very weak state. The energy that it had gathered in its wings was also drawn but not released. This was already its last chance to save its life. Gathering this much energy had already exhausted all of its energy. Once this attack was released, it would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jianshan slowly retreated. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the magical beast with vigilance. At this moment, Jianshan suddenly threw the light wind sword in his hand towards the magical beast. The light wind sword was thrown very high up into the air, spinning in the air as it flew towards the magical beast's back. However, just as Jianshan was about to make his move, the wings on the back of the magical beast gently trembled. Immediately after, a crescent-shaped energy shot towards Jianshan at an extremely fast speed. Jianshan seemed to have anticipated this attack. Just as the crescent-shaped energy shot out, Jianshan once again did a lazy roll. Using his left shoulder to avoid contact with the ground, he quickly moved a few meters away, narrowly dodging the attack. After launching that attack, the magical beast seemed to have suddenly lost all its strength. Its originally ferocious eyes also became a little dull and lifeless, and its eyes were full of fatigue. At this moment, the light wind sword that was still in midair suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, an even stronger and sharper sword chi appeared and enveloped the light wind sword in a hazy silver light. Bathed in the silver light, the light wind sword's thin blade was faintly discernible. Looking at it, it added a mysterious feeling to it. Immediately after, the light wind sword turned into a silver light and with a piercing sound, it shot towards the magical beast that was lying on the ground. Gotcha! Following the sound of two hard objects colliding, the sharp tip of the light wind sword had already pierced through the magical beast's skull. Roar! The magical beast let out a mournful cry. The sound was extremely loud, shaking the heavens and earth, causing Jianshan's ears to go blind for a moment. The deafening cry quickly weakened, and when it finally disappeared, the life in the magical beast's eyes was quickly fading away. Soon after, the magical beast's eyes were completely empty. Finally, the magical beast's eyes closed. Jianshan struggled to crawl up from the ground. His body was slightly swaying as he stared at the magical beast that had its head pierced through by the light wind sword. His face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a victorious smile. It's finally dead. Magical beasts of the 5th rank are really strong. I didn't think that it would be so difficult to deal with two heavily injured magical beasts. It seems that the Golden Tiger King that I met last time didn't show its full strength. Jianshan muttered weakly. Soon after, Jianshan walked over to the magical beast that was the size of a cow and pulled out the light wind sword. He then sat down cross-legged and a thick milky white light began to gather around Jianshan's body. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with the corpses of the two magical beasts because in his current state, he didn't have the strength to do so. Moreover, he still had to be on guard against any other magical beasts that might appear at any time. Thus, the most important thing right now was to heal his injuries. Ever since Jianshan's strength had broken through to the Saint Master level, his soul had also grown. Right now, the amount of holy force he could control was a lot thicker than before, and the amount of time he could maintain it had also increased. This time, Jianshan's left shoulder was too heavily injured. Even his flesh had been blown away by the intense energy, so even with the holy force, it would still take some time to heal. After about 2 hours, the milky white light around Jianshan's body finally dissipated, revealing Jianshan's figure. At this moment, Jianshan's face was a bit haggard. Although his soul had grown a bit, after maintaining the holy force for 4 hours, he still felt a bit tired. At the very least, he didn't immediately fall into a drowsy state like before. Chapter 163. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head, he saw that the wound on his right shoulder had completely healed. Reaching out his right hand, he gently stroked the new flesh that had regrown. Feeling the strange sensation of touching his skin, Jianshan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous nature of Saint Force. Jianshan tore off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his body that was still stained with blood. Using the torn clothes, he casually wiped the blood off his body. Slowly standing up from the ground, Jianshan's gaze swept over the 2 Class 5 magical beast corpses. Muttering to himself, he said, "From the looks of it, this snow-white magical beast should be called a swift cloud beast. According to the records, the swift cloud beast's body is small and agile. Its white fur is like the clouds in the sky. As for the other magical beast with wings on its back, it should be the sky-winged demonic bull. The wings on its back can only be used to attack, but they can't allow it to fly." Very quickly, Jianshan found information about the 2 magical beasts from the books he had read at Kargath Institute. The sky-winged demonic bull's magic core is hidden under its wings, while the swift cloud beast's magic core is hidden in its brain. The light wind sword once again appeared in Jianshan's hand. Jianshan held the light wind sword in his hand as he walked over to the swift cloud beast and stabbed towards its head. After expending a bit of effort to extract the magic core from the Swift Cloud Beast's brain, the Swift Cloud Beast's head that was once the size of a dog had completely changed in appearance. Although the Swift Cloud Beast was a Class 5 magical beast, due to the natural limitations of their species, they could not exceed 2 meters in size unless they were Class 6 magical beasts. Due to the limitations of their bodies, even their magic cores were relatively small, only about the size of a walnut. After taking out the Swift Cloud Beast's monster core, Jianshan once again walked in front of the sky-winged demonic bull. Using his light wind sword, he pierced through the gap between the two wings on its back. After a bit of effort, he was finally able to extract the monster core. The sky-winged demonic bull's monster core was about the size of an adult's fist. Jianshan used a piece of cloth to wipe away the blood stains on the two magic cores, revealing two sparkling and translucent energy crystals. Jianshan was inwardly shocked when he sensed the surging and pure energy hidden within the crystal. It was no wonder the difference between a Class 4 and Class 5 magical beast was so great. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the energy contained within a Class 5 magical beast was a qualitative leap from a Class 4 magical beast to a Class 5 magical beast. The two were simply incomparable. Furthermore, although the sizes of the two Class 5 monster cores were different, the energy contained within them was almost the same. Just these two Class 5 monster cores should be able to sustain my cultivation for a long time. Tightly holding onto the Class 5 monster cores that were still a bit warm, Jianshan muttered excitedly. His heart was filled with an intense joy. After his excitement lasted for a while, Jianshan quickly calmed down. Taking out an extra spatial belt, he placed the two Class 5 magical beast corpses inside. The corpses of Class 5 magical beasts were not cheap. Jianshan could not throw them away like he did with Class 3 and Class 4 magical beasts. Just these two corpses could be sold for a lot of money. Furthermore, the corpses of magical beasts above Class 5 were practically priceless. This was because eating the flesh and blood of high-class magical beasts was extremely beneficial to the human body. It could even slightly increase one's strength and strengthen one's body. Of the two Class 5 magical beast corpses, the largest one, the celestial winged magic ox, was only 4 meters long. The smallest one, the quick cloud beast, was less than a meter long. Therefore, the spatial belt that Jianshan took out was just enough to fit the two magical beasts. After cleaning up the corpses of the two magical beasts, Jianshan took out a new set of clothes from his spatial belt. Although he hadn't gone out for a long time, he still had quite a few clothes from the mercenaries he had looted in the past. Jianshan didn't stay for long and left as soon as he finished dealing with the items. Although the battle between the two Class 5 magical beasts had scared off a few of the Class 4 magical beasts in the surroundings, no one could say for sure if there were any more Class 5 magical beasts nearby that would come running over. If another Class 5 magical beast appeared, then Jianshan would not be its opponent. With his current strength as a high-level Saint Master, he did not have absolute confidence that he would be able to escape from a Class 5 magical beast. Only if he met a Class 5 magical beast that was extremely slow would he have any hope of escaping. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Somewhere in the depths of the magical beast mountain range, Jianshan slowly pulled out the light wind sword that had pierced through the cyan python's heart. He then took out the monster core from its body and casually grabbed a handful of grass from the ground to wipe the blood off the monster core. I've harvested several dozen Class 4 monster cores in the past half a month. Moreover, using monster cores for long periods of time will leave behind some hidden dangers. It's best if I don't increase my strength as much as possible during this period of time and focus on removing the hidden dangers in my body. Otherwise, it'll probably have an even greater impact in the future. Since that's the case, I should leave this place and observe the situation outside, Jianshan muttered to himself as he wiped the fist-sized Class 4 monster core in his hand. Moreover, I still have to carry out Uncle Kendall's wishes. I have to find Uncle Kendall's family as soon as possible. Jian Chun left the mountain range of magical beasts. After 2 days of trekking through dense forests and slaying countless magical beasts and wild beasts that came to harass him, he finally arrived at a large plain. Jian Chun did not return to Wake City. Tianxiong Lai of the Tianxiong clan was a mid-level Saint Master with Earth Saint Force. He had an innate advantage in terms of defense and was specialized in countering Jian Chun's swift sword attack. Moreover, his strength was many times stronger than the average high-level Saint Master. Therefore, Jian Chun did not want to return unless he was certain that he could kill him. Moreover, the Tianxiong clan had been the #1 clan in Wake City for more than 10 years. Although they had lost a lot of people in the Magical Beast Mountain Range, Jian Chun didn't believe that the Tianxiong clan didn't have any connections. If he returned to Wake City now, he wouldn't just have to deal with one great Saint Master, but several great Saint Masters and dozens of Saint Masters. Before he became a great Saint Master, Jian Chun did not want to be surrounded by a group of great Saint Masters. Furthermore, Jian Chun did not have any clues about Uncle Kendall's family. Even if he wanted to find them, he would have to start from Wake City. Before he completely destroyed the Tianxiong clan, Jian Chun did not want to leak any information about Uncle Kendall's family. This was because he did not want to see the Tianxiong clan use Uncle Kendall's family to threaten him. Jian Chun blindly walked in a straight line in this half-meter deep grassland. Although he had checked the map of the area within 1,000 kilometers of Wake City, his current location was far beyond that. As a result, Jian Chun had no idea where he was. The only thing he could do was follow the direction of the sun in the sky and continue to walk in a certain direction. Chapter 164. At this moment, Jian Chun's eyes flashed and he stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a small but concentrated movement that entered Jian Chun's ears. Jian Chun's eyes flashed as he stared at the grassland in front of him. His ears twitched as he tried to catch the small but concentrated movement in front of him. Immediately, Jian Chun's face revealed a disdainful sneer as he continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. After a few breaths of time, the concentrated movement entered Jian Chun's ears. The movement was so loud that he didn't even need to pay attention to hear it clearly. In front of him was a patch of grass that was half the height of a person. It was as if it was being blown by a gentle breeze. Following the movement of the grass, there were countless green shadows that flashed through the grass. Jian Chun's expression was calm as he continued to walk forward. In his right hand, a large amount of Saint Chi flowed out and quickly condensed into a silver-white long sword. A whoa! At this moment, a low howl of a wolf could be heard. Immediately after, a green shadow leapt out from the grass and pounced towards Jian Chun. Jian Chun didn't look sideways. Just as the green shadow was about to reach him, his right arm slightly trembled as the light wind sword in his right hand transformed into a silver-white light. At the same time, he took a big step forward and dodged the green shadow that was pouncing towards him. As for the green figure that had pounced towards him, it powerlessly fell to the ground. Only now did he see that it was actually a green wolf. Furthermore, there was an extremely small bloody hole in the green wolf's neck. Just as the green wolf fell to the ground, another green shadow leapt out from the grass and pounced towards Jian Chun. Their mouths were wide open and emitted a thick stench that made it hard for Jian Chun to breathe. Jian Chun's expression didn't change at all. His right arm had already turned into a blur as he stabbed out with the light wind sword. Every time he stabbed out, it would accurately hit the throat of a green wolf. These green wolves were mostly of the first or second order and posed no threat to Jian Chun. From the dense grass, the green shadows continued to leap out and pounce towards Jian Chun. However, Jian Chun didn't stop moving forward because of this. In front of him, the light wind sword had already turned into a dense net of swords that constantly flashed around him. Every time it flashed, it would take the life of a green wolf. There were at least 1,000 green wolves hidden in the grass. They had already formed an encirclement around Jian Chun, completely surrounding him. Even so, there were no more than 20 green wolves that could attack Jianchen at the same time. Although he was aware of the terrifying number of green wolves around him, Jianchen didn't take it to heart. Against these first and second-order magic beasts, Jianchen could easily kill them with one strike. Moreover, it was incomparably easy and the consumption of his energy was negligible. If other mercenaries encountered such a large number of green wolves, even if they had the strength of a great Saint Master, they would feel an incomparable headache. Although it was very difficult for a rank 1 or 2 magical beast to injure a great Saint Master, with thousands of them, even if they didn't retaliate and just stood there for you to kill, it would still cause your hands to go soft. In the boundless grasslands, encountering wolf attacks was a very common thing. Jianchen braved the attacks of countless green wolves as he advanced. The light wind sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of the green wolves. Every single one of the green wolves that pounced on him was pierced through without exception. Even if they moved at high speed in the air, there was no way for them to dodge the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Behind Jianchen, fresh red blood had already formed a straight line. The blood that splattered everywhere had already dyed the surrounding grass red. The corpses of the green wolves had already been neatly laid out in a line over 100 meters long. Jianchen mercilessly massacred the entire way. One after another, the green wolves fearlessly leapt out from the grasslands, continuously pouncing towards Jianchen. It was as if they didn't feel fear or dread at all. In their eyes, it was as if Jianchen had some sort of deep hatred for them, and they were prepared to fight to the death. Blood continued to splatter in the air, as the silver light from the light wind sword became the only thing in the world. In the midst of this sea of green blood, it blossomed with a brilliant radiance. Jianchen's body didn't make any large movements. From beginning to end, he maintained his normal speed as he advanced. Even if there were countless green wolves in front of him, they couldn't stop Jianchen in the slightest. Under such a rapid slaughter, in less than an hour, the number of green wolves that had died at Jianchen's hands numbered in the hundreds. On the other hand, there wasn't a single drop of blood on Jianchen's body. Right at this moment, a long howl rang out from the wolf pack. This howl was like a command, and the green wolves that had surrounded Jianchen immediately retreated. After leaving behind the corpses of their comrades, they retreated without any hesitation. The wolf pack had come quickly, but their speed of retreat wasn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, the remaining green wolves had used the grasslands as cover to escape without a trace. Only the hundreds of green wolf corpses and the long line of blood remained. Seeing that the green wolves had already disappeared without a trace, Jianchen sheathed his light wind sword. After going through such a slaughter, his face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. It's said that the wild wolves of the grasslands are the most ferocious. It seems that this saying is true. Each and every one of them is willing to risk their lives without any fear of death. Jianchen's expression was calm as he sighed. After that, Jianchen didn't change his direction and continued to walk in a straight line. As for the hundreds of green wolf corpses, he didn't pay any attention to them. Although there were quite a few level 1 and level 2 monster cores, with Jianchen's current strength and wealth, he didn't care about level 1 or 2 monster cores. Moreover, with so many corpses it would take a lot of time to deal with them. Since Jianchen only wanted to hurry along, he didn't want to waste any time. This grassland was very large. After trekking for 2 days, Jianchen finally walked out of the grassland and arrived at a desolate area. After walking for another 2 hours, he finally arrived at a road that was covered with numerous horse carriages. Chapter 165. P.S. Since the day before yesterday, there has been a power outage in my house. The problem is quite serious and has affected a wide area. It was only restored on the second night. I will update today as compensation. Jianchen looked at the group of people. Even though they were over 1,000 meters away, he could still see them clearly with his extraordinary eyesight. It should be a small caravan. There were less than 10 carriages, and there were only about 40 people escorting them. All of them were riding tall and strong horses. In the center of the caravan, there was a slightly luxurious carriage. Jianchen walked at a normal speed on the official road and soon met up with the small caravan. The dozens of burly men escorting the caravan swept their sharp gazes over Jianchen. Only a few of them casually glanced at Jianchen and then ignored Jianchen. When Jianchen was less than 5 meters away from the caravan, the two of them stopped at the same time. This was because the direction that Jianchen was walking in happened to be in front of the caravan. At this moment, the dozens of burly men escorting the caravan looked at Jianchen with very unfriendly gazes. Some of them even had a murderous glint in their eyes. "Who are you? Why are you blocking the way?" a burly man shouted at Jianchen. Jianchen didn't care about their attitude. He cupped his hands and said, "Gentlemen, I have lost my way after this. May I ask where I am?" Hearing this, many people frowned. This was because mercenaries who had been on the continent for many years were either very familiar with the surrounding terrain or had a map with them. It was almost impossible for them to get lost like Jianchen. These guards naturally wouldn't believe Jianchen's words so easily. "Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." One of the hot-tempered men couldn't help but shout. This man's upper body was bare, and his muscles were exposed under the sunlight, giving people a strong visual impact. His lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts. Hearing this, Jianchen's face darkened. He stared sharply at the burly man who spoke and snorted, "You better watch your mouth. Don't lose your life because of a sentence." The burly man's words clearly angered Jianchen. Jianchen's words made the faces of the mercenaries in front of him darken. The burly man who was stared at by Jianchen's sharp eyes couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know where the chilliness came from, but it rose from the bottom of his heart and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, when he realized that he had actually revealed a timid expression under the gaze of a young man who was only in his 20s, he was instantly embarrassed and angry. However, before he could speak, a slightly deep voice sounded from behind him. "Friend, don't you think you've gone too far?" Following the voice, a middle-aged man riding a large black horse slowly walked up from behind. The middle-aged man's face was slightly gloomy and his eyes were cold as he looked down at Jianchen. "Captain Lan! Captain Lan!" When the middle-aged man riding a large black horse appeared, the surrounding mercenaries all called out. Jianchen stared straight at the middle-aged man and said, "Before you say that, you should first discipline your subordinates." The bare-chested burly man snorted coldly and stared at Jianchen with an ominous glint in his eyes. He shouted, "Arrogant brat, you actually dare to be disrespectful to our captain. Let me bring your mother here to properly discipline you." As he spoke, the burly man leapt from his horse and raised his hand to slap Jianchen's face. When he heard the words "you were born without a mother to teach you," Jianchen's face suddenly changed. A strong and dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. He immediately raised his left hand and firmly caught the burly man's palm. At the same time, his right hand formed a fist and punched towards the burly man's chest. Gotcha! Following the sound of bones breaking, Jianchen's fist carried a strong saint force and fiercely struck the burly man's chest. Immediately, the burly man's entire chest caved in. A miserable cry came from the burly man's mouth. The fierce expression on his face immediately disappeared. His slightly tanned face had already turned pale. Following that, only a blurry shadow could be seen. Jianchen's leg carried a biting cold wind as it ruthlessly kicked the burly man's chest. The burly man's body, which weighed more than 200 pounds, was lifted high into the air. He flew for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground with a boom. A cloud of dust flew up. Following that, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from the burly man's mouth. His face had already become incomparably pale and shriveled up. Seeing the burly man on the ground unable to get up for a long time, the rest of the mercenaries' eyes were filled with disbelief. They were stunned for a long time before they reacted. Following that, they all shouted loudly as they took out their saint weapons and were about to attack Jianchen. "Stop!" The middle-aged man on the black horse, who was called Captain Lon, immediately shouted, and stopped the angry mercenaries who were about to attack Jianchen. Captain Lon slowly urged his horse forward and stared at Jianchen with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, you really just want to clear the path. You don't have any other intentions." "That's right." Jianchen nodded slightly and said, "Captain Lon, give this little brother a map." Just as Jianchen finished speaking, a somewhat old voice came from behind. Although the voice was old, it was full of energy. Hearing this voice, Jianchen looked back. The voice came from the luxurious carriage that was sandwiched in the middle of the convoy. Captain Lan's eyes revealed a trace of respect. He cupped his hands in the direction of the carriage and said, "Yes, sir." Seeing Captain Lan's expression, Jianchen's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the carriage. Although he could feel that there was someone inside, he couldn't sense the strength of the person in the carriage from such a distance. Immediately after, Captain Lon took out a scroll from his spatial belt and threw it at Jianchen. He said, "This is the map of the Blue Wind Empire. Take it." Jianchen reached out to take the scroll and roughly looked at it. Immediately after, he rolled up the scroll and cupped his hands slightly. He didn't say anything and left. Captain Lon looked deeply at Jianchen's back and took a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, the two of them treated the injuries on the injured man's body. They put him on the back of the horse and the caravan continued to move forward in the same direction. Jianchen's gaze was fixed on the carriage. When he was not far from the carriage, he used his perception to sense the situation inside the carriage. Captain Lon had the strength of a high-level sacred master. Even a high-level sacred master would have to show a respectful expression. This kind of person had already aroused Jianchen's curiosity. However, other than feeling that there was a person sitting in the carriage and faintly discernible breathing, he didn't find anything else. Young man, it's not easy to have such strength at such a young age. Work hard. I believe that in the near future your name will shake the continent." Just when Jianchen passed by the carriage, a slightly old voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It was as if someone was softly whispering in his ear. Jianchen's expression slightly changed and his body suddenly stiffened. He quickly turned around and looked around. However, he didn't find anyone beside him. Then, Jianchen stared at the carriage in disbelief. He had just heard this old voice. It came from the person sitting in the carriage. Moreover, what made Jianchen feel even more incredulous was that the mercenaries protecting the carriage didn't seem to have heard the words just now. Their expressions didn't change in the slightest. They were still the same as before. "Young man, if you come to the Holy Emperor's City of Gods in the future, you can use this token to find me." Right at this moment, the old voice sounded again. However, this time, the voice wasn't as mysterious as before. It came from within the carriage. Then, a token flickering with a purple-gold luster flew out of the carriage window and steadily landed in Jianchen's hand. This time, the mercenaries guarding the carriage all looked at Jianchen. Their eyes were filled with envy and extreme emotions. Mixed within, there was also some doubt. Looking at the purple-gold token in his hand, Jianchen's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he finally understood that the mysterious person sitting in the carriage was actually an expert with unfathomable strength. This was because he didn't reach out to take the token. Even so, it still landed in his hand. Just this alone was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. However, at the same time, Jianchen also felt very strange. Since the person in the carriage was so powerful, why did he have to bring a group of people whose strength was only at the high level of Saint Master? Moreover, in this group, the average strength was still at the level of Great Saint. This clearly didn't make sense. Moreover, along the way, he was escorting so many goods. Could it be that he didn't have a spatial ring and a spatial belt? Cough, cough. The carriage was already far away. An obviously suppressed cough faintly sounded from the carriage. Jianchen stood in place and watched the carriage leave. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Phew! Jianchen let out a long breath. He looked at the token flickering with a purple-gold luster in his hand. This token was about the size of a palm. It was shaped like an arrow. It was as thick as a finger. It was heavy in his hand. The entire token was made of purple gold. Moreover, this purple gold had been specially refined. Its value was much higher than purple crystal coins. Just this token alone was worth a lot of money. Chapter 166. Encountering the mysterious person in the carriage along the way gave Jianchen a lot of doubt. From the way that Captain Lan addressed the person, it wasn't hard to tell that the person in the carriage was an old man. His strength was unfathomable in Jianchen's eyes. At the very least, he definitely wasn't a great saint master. This was because Jianchen could sense the strength of great saint masters, but the mysterious old man in the carriage was something that Jianchen couldn't sense at all. Looks like he has the strength of an earth saint master at the very least. But why did he give me this medallion? Looking at the expensive medallion, Jianchen softly muttered to himself. There weren't any words on the medallion, but it was covered in strange patterns. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Let's hurry on. As for the city of gods in the Holy Emperor's kingdom, when I have enough strength in the future, I will naturally go there. Jianchen quickly calmed down and put the medallion into his space ring before continuing on his way. The official road was very quiet. Sometimes there would be no one to be seen for a long time. However, during the day, there were still quite a few mercenaries and caravans riding on horses and various magical beasts. Because he had a map, Jianchen didn't have to worry about getting lost. Following that, Jianchen followed the route on the map and walked along the official road for 3 days before finally arriving at a city called Phoenix City. Fengyang City was a second-tier city. The entire city covered an area of several hundred kilometers. When they arrived here, the number of people on the official road had also increased. The wide road was almost filled with people. Groups of half-naked or armored mercenaries were riding on tall horses and some magic beasts. They were escorting carriages filled with goods as they slowly walked on the official road. All kinds of discussions filled the surroundings, and it was a hubbub of voices. Jianchen followed the flow of people as he slowly walked towards the tall city walls of Fengyang City. Among the mercenaries walking on the official road, many of them were traveling alone like Jianchen, so Jianchen didn't attract much attention. At the entrance of Fengyang City, there were many armored soldiers standing guard. All of them were standing straight as their sharp gazes swept across the people entering and leaving Fengyang City. Stop! What are you doing? At this time, a loud shout came from the side. A relatively large caravan was stopped by a soldier guarding the city. At this time, a short and stout middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe immediately walked up first. He pretended to be friendly and took the soldier's hand. Then, he quietly stuffed a few glittering coins into the soldier's hand and whispered something with a charming smile on his face. The soldier rubbed the coins that the short and stout middle-aged man had stuffed into his hand. The stern expression on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced with a look of satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Go in." Almost all the caravans that entered the city would be stopped by the soldiers and charged a small fee. This was extremely common on the Tianyuan continent. Of course, there were a few caravans that did not want to pay the fee, but without exception, the soldiers would forcefully search the caravans using various excuses to prevent dangerous goods from entering the city or to search the caravans for their goods. Although everyone was dissatisfied with their rudeness, these soldiers had the backing of the entire city behind them. They were not people that normal people could afford to offend. In front of them, even some of the more hot-tempered mercenaries could only swallow their anger. Jianchen entered Fengyang City without any obstructions. The soldiers were also very specific when it came to collecting fees. Mercenaries like Jianxin, who were traveling alone, or mercenary groups that weren't escorting goods, were ignored. Only caravans would be stopped by them. As a second-class city, Fengyang City was very large. Compared to Wake City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. After entering the city, Jianxin asked around and found a place that sold horses. He spent a few gold coins to buy a decent horse and then rode it into the city. Fengyang City was very large. If one didn't have a mount, just walking from the east gate to the west gate would take half a day. Jianxin rode his horse through the wide road and finally arrived at a bank. He tied the reins of his horse and directly entered the bank. Inside the bank, Jianxin exchanged all the copper, silver, and gold coins he had on him for purple crystal coins. He only kept a small portion for himself. Almost all of this money was taken from the mercenaries in the Magical Beast mountain range by Jianxin. Now, it was almost enough to fill up a spatial belt. When he had exchanged all the money he needed to equip an entire spatial belt for purple crystal coins, he had actually exchanged over 30,000 purple crystal coins. In addition to the purple crystal coins he had on him, he had a total of 40,000 purple crystal coins. When Jianxin walked out of the bank, he already had a purple gold card in his hand. This card was known as the purple gold card in the Tianyuan continent. The purple gold card was used by everyone in the Tianyuan continent. It was used to store large amounts of purple crystal coins that couldn't be carried around. Of course, the purple gold card didn't have an independent space like a spatial belt. It was used to calculate the amount of purple crystal coins. With this card, one could deposit and withdraw money from any bank in the Tianyuan continent at any time. Moreover, in some high-class markets, one could use the purple gold card to make purchases and payment. It was undoubtedly much more convenient than directly carrying large amounts of purple crystal coins. The purple gold card was only half the size of a palm. It was made from a small amount of purple gold and some special materials using a secret method. Therefore, although it looked weak, it was extremely hard. Even an Earth Saint Master wouldn't be able to damage it. Although obtaining a purple gold card wasn't difficult, it wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. This was because only those with 10,000 purple crystal coins had the right to obtain a purple gold card. Having a purple gold card wasn't just a symbol of status on the Tianyuan continent, it was also a symbol of wealth. The amount of purple crystal coins stored in a purple gold card could only be measured by the bank through special equipment. Even if an ordinary person wanted to fake it, it was impossible for them to do so. However, the bank only recognized the purple gold card and not the owner. As long as one possessed a purple gold card, they could deposit and withdraw money from any bank on the Tianyuan continent regardless of whether they were the owner of the card or not. Walking out of the bank, Jianxin played with the purple gold card in his hand. Right now, there were almost 40,000 purple crystal coins stored in the card. He had basically stored all the money he had on him, leaving only a small amount for his daily need. When the people who passed by the bank saw the purple gold card in Jianxin's hand, they all revealed looks of envy and jealousy. There were even quite a few people who looked at Jianxin with a different meaning. Chapter 167. Afterwards, Jianxin asked around and arrived at a store that specialized in selling monster cores. The store that sold monster cores was not small. It was a 3-story building made entirely of bluestone. A signboard with the words, Skywalker Monster Core Store, hung high above the entrance. Although there were quite a few mercenaries who set up stalls to sell monster cores on the Tianyuan continent, almost all of them were low-level monster cores. High-level monster cores were rarely seen in street stalls. If one wanted to buy high-level monster cores, they would have to go to some stores. The larger the store, the higher the grade of the monster cores they sold. Moreover, the amount of monster cores that could be sold in regular stores was also very large. Unlike some mercenaries who only sold 3 to 5 Class 1 and Class 2 monster cores, if some influential clans wanted to buy a large amount of monster cores, they would basically go to some monster core store to buy them in bulk. As soon as he entered the monster core store, Jianchen discovered that in such a large store, there were surprisingly not many people. There were also no monster cores on display. There were only a dozen or so young female attendants working behind the counter. It did not seem like a place that sold monster cores at all. With some doubts, Jianchen came before a counter and asked, "Is this a place that sells monster cores?" Hearing this, the female attendant sitting behind the counter rolled her eyes at Jianchen. However, when she saw Jianchen's handsome and fair face, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Her gaze also lingered on Jianchen's handsome face for a while before she unhappily said, "Didn't you see the signboard on the entrance? If our Skywalker Monster Core store is not a place that sells monster cores, then what kind of place is it?" Jianchen awkwardly smiled. His gaze swept across the empty hall and said, "Then why don't you have a single monster core on display here?" Perhaps it was because Jianchen's appearance was irresistibly attractive to most young girls. The waitress smiled. His eyes stared straight at Jianchen as he patiently explained, "Our Skywalker Magic Nucleus store only displays high-tier magic nuclei, and they are all on the second and third floors. As for the first floor, only Tier 1 magic nuclei are sold, and Tier 1 magic nuclei are very common, so there is no need to display them." Hearing this, Jianchen was suddenly enlightened. This was his first time entering a shop that sold magic nuclei. He really didn't know about this before. At this time, the female attendant continued to ask, "Are you looking to buy magic cores? If you want to buy rank 1 magic cores, just tell me the quantity. If you want to buy rank 2 magic cores, you can only go to the second floor." Upon hearing this, Jianchen hesitated for a moment before asking, "I'm not buying magical cores. Do you buy magical cores here?" The waitress stared at Jianchen in surprise and asked in a surprised tone, "What? You're here to sell magic cores?" "That's right." Jianchen nodded slightly. The waitress looked at Jianchen with a strange expression, as if she didn't expect such a handsome young man to be here to sell magic cores instead of buying them. She had been working here this year, and this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. This was because the people who came here to sell magic cores were all burly men. However, the waitress didn't look down on Jianchen in the slightest because of this. She still smiled sweetly and said, "We also buy magic cores here. Please give me the magic cores you want to sell." Then, Jianchen handed 2 space belts to the waitress. These 2 space belts contained rank 1 and rank 2 magic cores. The waitress took the space belts and began to examine them. However, when she discovered the number of magic cores in the space belts, she couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This was because the total number of rank 1 and rank 2 magic cores in these 2 space belts was close to 2,000. This was the first time she had seen so many magic cores. Taking a deep breath, the waitress stared at Jianchen's handsome face with a complicated expression and said, "Please wait for a moment, I have to get our shopkeeper." Then, the waitress handed the space belts back to Jianchen and turned around to go to the second floor. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a blue brocade robe followed the waitress down from the second floor. "Shopkeeper Bai, this is the gentleman who wants to sell magic cores." The waitress arrived in front of Jianchen and said to the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. The middle-aged man called Shopkeeper Bai nodded slightly. He looked at Jianchen with a gentle gaze and said with a smile, "Little brother, can you show me the magic cores you want to sell?" Jianchen didn't hesitate at all and handed the 2 space belts to Shopkeeper Bai. Shopkeeper Bai took the 2 space belts and began to examine them. However, when he discovered the number of magic cores in the 2 space belts, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. It's rare to see so many demon cores being sold at once in Phoenix Sun City. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Then, he looked deeply at Jianchen and smiled. "Little brother, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Jianchen smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, you should tell me how much these magic cores can be sold for." "All right then, please allow me to count them." The middle-aged man smiled and didn't waste any more words. After inviting Jianchen to a secret room specially used to receive important guests, he began to order people to count the magic cores. When the magic cores were counted, the middle-aged man paid Jianchen a total of more than 5,000 purple crystal coins. Jianchen took the 5,000 purple crystal coins and walked out of the Sky Traverser magic core store. Jianchen rode his horse to the crowded market and bought some necessities for survival in the wild, as well as some clothes, in case he needed them in the future. At this time, a few discussions in the noisy crowd attracted Jianchen's attention. It's said that the annual auction will be held in 10 days. This time there will be quite a few valuable items up for auction. Yes, we must go to this auction. Who knows, we might be able to find some treasures. Phoenix Sun City's Heavenly Phoenix Auction House is very famous in this area. Every time the auction is held, many people from other cities will come to participate. It's very lively. Hearing the discussions of these people, Jianchen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly had an idea. Auction house. Immediately, Jianchen didn't have the mood to continue strolling around. He mounted his horse and asked around. Soon, he arrived at the center of Phoenix Sun City and stopped in front of a huge 2-story building. The building in front of him was very large. Although it only had 2 stories, its height was already more than 10 meters. It was even taller than some 4-story restaurants. Moreover, the area it occupied was also very large. Even if it was compared to the Mercenary Guild, it wouldn't be outdone. Above the entrance of the 2-story building, there was a 3-meter-tall bluestone board hanging high above. The words, "Heavenly Phoenix Auction House," were written in flamboyant calligraphy. At the side of the auction house there was a side door that many people were going in and out of. Jianchen hesitated for a moment before leaving on his horse. He then went to a restaurant not far from the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House and asked for a room. After tying up his horse, he left. Jianchen wandered around the vicinity a few times before finally finding a remote place. He then immediately took out some relevant materials and began to disguise himself. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Jianchen stood up once again. His appearance had completely changed. At this moment, he looked like a middle-aged man with dark skin. His appearance was very ordinary, and he was the type that could be casually picked out in a crowd. The only unique thing about him was the scar on the left side of his face. After disguising himself, Jianchen changed into a new set of clothes and walked to the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House. He walked in through the side door. There were many people going in and out of this side door. Now that the annual auction was about to begin, many people had begun to register some of the more precious and diluted items in their hands. "Sir, may I ask if you want to register any items?" As soon as he arrived in front of the counter, a woman immediately asked in a sweet voice, "Can you call the person in charge here? I have something to discuss with him," Jianchen said in a deep voice. This voice was deliberately changed by him. "Okay, please wait a moment." The woman sized up Jianchen and hesitated for a moment before leaving her post and disappearing behind a door behind her. Soon, a white-haired old man wearing a luxurious robe followed the woman out. The woman respectfully led the old man in front of Jianchen and said, "Old Mr. Huang, this is the Mr. who is looking for you." She then introduced Jianchen to the old man. "Mr., this is our Heavenly Phoenix Auction House's senior appraiser, old Mr. Huang." Jianchen slightly cupped his hands towards the old man as a form of greeting. However, his actions were ignored by the old man. The old man sized up Jianchen and directly asked, "Mr., may I know what business you have with me?" Jianchen glanced at the people around him who were registering their items for auction and said, "Old Mr. Huang, I have a valuable item that I need to bring to your auction house. I wonder if old Mr. can step aside and talk to me." Hearing Jianchen's words, the old man's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he invited Jianchen to a quiet room. In a quiet room, Jianchen and the old man sat opposite each other. The room wasn't big, but the soundproofing was good. Moreover, it was completely sealed, so there was no need to worry about anyone looking in from the outside. "Mister, you should take out the item you want to auction and let this old man have a look." As soon as the two of them sat down, the old man couldn't help but ask, Old Mr. Huang, the item I want to auction is in here. However, please keep it a secret for me." Jianchen chuckled and threw a spatial belt on the table in front of him. "You can rest assured. Our Heavenly Phoenix auction house is quite famous in the surrounding cities. We will definitely not leak any information about our employer." The old man chuckled. Then, he picked up the spatial belt that Jianchen had placed on the table and began to inspect it.